Hello, hello.
Do you hear the game?
Yeah.
Fastra,
I
in her...
love this game.
Oh, the sub! Fastra said, yo, I love this game in her own stream, in the stream that she's in. That's so good. Thank you. Thank you for the sub. Yeah, I've heard my friend Fastra really likes this game too. Hey, that old guy, thanks for the sub. I appreciate that. I don't know why it's not making noises though. It should. It should be. Maybe I forgot to put this on. Okay. Wait, no, it was showing it. It was just not making sound. Huh. I wonder why. Let me test something. Oops. Okay. How do I sound? Can you hear me okay, that old guy? Oh, that song's gone now. It's this song now.
Whoa.
Oh my goodness, look at my camera.
Yeah, you went into like you're glitching in the Spider-Verse.
Help me.
You're trying to get back to your dimension.
You sound good. Maybe just turn back. Oh yes, I know. Turn down the voice a little bit. Ouch. That's cruel.
And unusual.
But thank you, that old guy. Oh, that's why.
Boop.
How does that sound? How does that sound? Who's that guy? Good. Alrighty.
Nope.
Don't worry. Everything is going to be okay. Aww. No matter what happens, promise me that we'll always be there for each other. Aww. Promise me. Welcome to white space. Boop. You have been living here for as long as you can remember. Living here for as long as you can. Why did I hear myself, but quiet?
As I was checking, because for me, the sound is ahead of your video, but then on the Twitch, it's just fine. It's
What do you
synced.
mean the sound is ahead of the video?
Like you speak, and then I see your lips move, but it's perfect on the Twitch. The sound moves at the same time as your words, but it's just on Discord for me.
Yeah, I put a delay on the video so that I can take it away too. Hold on. How about now?
You're perfect.
Yes, but then I would be out of sync with since the Elgato capture card has a delay in it. So like, look at this delay. Like when I press now. See that? So I said now when I press the home button. And 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah, there's
So-
that delay.
I have to add in a delay to my face cam and voice. So it should be synced up with each other, but yeah, it's to account for that delay.
And the game's also delayed. Is it, do you? I mean, like, so there'll probably be a bit of a delay between me voicing my lines when I see them.
A Fastra delay.
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun. I'm OMORI, look at me! Meow. Waiting for something to happen? A tissue box for wiping your sorrows away. Your sketchbook. Take a look inside. Whoa. I forgot about that.
Oh yeah.
Oh, so for everyone, I have. Why is my chat on slow mode? I don't like need it to be on slow mode.
But what if I start spamming again?
Yeah. Slow mode. Off. There. Okay. Oh yeah, I wanted to. The last thing I wanted to do is figure out why it didn't make any sound when you did the notifications, because it should have made a sound.
Oh yeah. Dun, dun, dun.
How do I? What am I looking for? Edit panels. Collaboration. I don't need that. Activity feed. Yeah, that one. Plus programs. Plus program goal. Help me reach points to reach plus level 1. What does that mean?
I don't know.
Third-party events? I don't need that. Well, Hype Train complete at level 1, 63%. Your community contributed a total of 2 sub-gifts and 0 bits. A Hype Train started my channel 7 minutes ago. I didn't know I got a Hype Train. Ba, 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 ba. -6. Did it work? Oh, it did. Okay. Wait, what are my alerts through?
Streamlabs.
Streamlabs.
That was a complete guess. I might be wrong.
Wait, you said that?
Yeah, I did.
How did you know?
I guessed.
You're insane. Log in. Log in with Twitch. Ow. Okay.
Why?
Look who's
I
here.
love this game.
Oh, Noni, right?
No.
Hey!
Hey.
Hi, gamers. Hello, I'm Gamers. Right now, I was just trying to fix my alert because it was supposed to make a little sound. But welcome in. I'm glad that I'm among gamers. Gamers need to stick together. I don't like it's showing the alert, but it's not making a sound. So that's the only problem. Twitch follows. Okay, you heard that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hi, Christmas Bob and Fastra. Yes, hello. Fastra is here represented by a Sonic the Hedgehog profile picture, which is also her profile picture on Twitter. And then I don't know if you saw Fastra. Oh yeah, you liked the tweet. I just put it as the picture for the tweet. You're just so like Fastra-like that I needed to put it as the main focus. Okay, let me test the sub just because if I get one, I just don't want to miss it. Okay, so it's making
This
sounds.
is a subscription test.
This is
I
a
know.
subscription test.
You could be a voice actress for that. Okay. Yeah, so I think we actually are good. Let me do that old guy's sub, but with sound this time. Huh. Okay. We can continue looking at these. Ooh. A bunch of cats with a glowing cat up top maybe, and a bunch of symbols.
It's Casper Catacini and the operatives.
What kind of stuff's going on over there? Oh no. Must be some sick place. That's how I look when I watch his streams. Clothes hanging out to dry. Cool wall. Interesting. Fasha, I feel like this is just like what the inside of your head is like.
Yeah.
Like you've shown time and time again. I had no idea the operatives spelled correctly were so dark. I know.
It's purr, like what a cat makes. Operatives.
Indeed. I'm gonna send.
Yeah, but there's no need with the correct spelling.
Operative. And then there's one for your viewing pleasure. You're welcome. Ooh, look at this one. Big snake with little cats. And looks like kind of a jellyfish. And some. You're welcome. Oh! Uh-oh, it's gonna like they multiplied like a single-celled organism. And now it's split into two. Oh no. And a scribbly creature here. Can't really tell what that is, but something on the table. Cake! With some strength. Casper 2 dance. Casper 2 dance. He tried to join in, but it wouldn't let him.
Aww.
I'm sorry, that old guy. Whoa. Oh, I have an idea. Bo, ba, 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 ba. Okay, let me try that real quick.
I love this game.
That's so weird. I can't get my alerts to make the sound. Like they show up on the screen. I'll do it for you. Let's go. Thank you. Their strength is growing. So yeah, I'll have to just let me know, Fastra, because you can see the alerts, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Just because like I'll troubleshoot it later. But for now, if something pops up, then let me know because it seems like it's not making noise. It's not making the sounds it's supposed to. I'm sad. Oh, it's like a hopscotch.
Real
fly.
quick, can you open up the link I sent you on YouTube and then show it on the stream?
What could this be? Da, 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 da.
And go to 44 minutes and 30 seconds.
Okay. Let me pause this. How do I pause it? Oh. There we go. Alright, he's on the screen.
I can't hear
on the
him.
screen.
I can't hear him.
I can hear him. You can't hear that?
At least, wait, let me check. Let me check. As long as you can hear it on the Twitch. Wait, am I
What was the
double? Wait, am I
timestamp?
double?
40 what?
I'm doubled on the stream.
Oh, it's just for right now. Hold on. Ah!
Okay, but what's just go to the 44 minutes and 30 seconds.
Okay.
Because it's related to what just happened in the chat.
Oh no, I dropped something. And then I complete mitosis and I become a secondary person.
Oh. He does do mitosis canonically.
Yes.
Oh, that makes sense.
Okay, we resume the game.
I'm gonna become a new person. There we go. Now your audio should not be doubled anymore. I mod for that guy too. I would salute you for your service. This is you modding for Casper. And that's all the viewers. This is also a Fastra's mind kind of one. It's just like, this is like your like brain cells.
Yeah.
Oh. Little thingy. Can't really tell what it is.
Big.
And then blank. You booted up your laptop. A rare steak. Oh, I can see it. What would you like to do? Stare at the screen. You stared at the screen. Open your journal. So today I spent time in white space. Everything was okay. Today I visited my friends. Everything was okay. And repeat. Oops. The heat from the laptop warmed your lap. It felt nice. Whoa. Something fell nearby. I'm gonna use the laptop again. There we go. Let's see what fell. There's a door there. Creature. And then he teleports back. I remember that. Oh yeah, I think I started saying this earlier, but I didn't finish. I started this game, and I got kind of a bit past the beginning, but it's just been so long that I figured we'd just start all the way over and go on a fresh save file and discover what OMORI has to offer.
You saw space boyfriend, right? The space area.
Yeah, I think that's the last thing I kind of remember from it. A white door casts a faint shadow. What would you like to do? Do nothing.
She?
So what do I do? Oh yeah, you can hold this button to run. I'm playing OMORI on the Switch. How do I get out of here? You stared at the door. I already love the music. Yeah, I know.
Me too. It's one of my favorite things about this game. Have you ever seen OMORI, Noni? Or played?
Played or seen played. In this world, it's play or be played. Actually, in this world, it's run infinitely. I forgot what to do. I forgot how to advance it.
Can you go any other direction?
Any other direction? Like into the 5th dimension?
I've seen a little bit played by others, but not for myself.
Oh, cool. Well,
Yeah.
feel free to stick around if you'd like, but if you gotta go, that's totally fine too. We're gonna be dubbing the game with our voices for the characters. Actually, since you're a mod, you have to voice one of the characters too. I'll let you pick though. You can dub this cat. Okay. So Fastra gave me a cryptic hint and said, is there any other place? Is there any other direction you can go? So I'll try all the directions. No, I'll hang out. I'll be working as I watch, listen. Oh, I appreciate it. Appreciate you sticking around. And good luck with the work as well. Oh! There we go. You got a shiny knife. Now I can be violent. Open the door. Okay. So I was just missing my tool. Yay. Unfortunately, the music does stop. Thankfully, I heard that one. And thank you, Fastra, for the gift sub to the world's best mod. You should get a coffee mug that says world's best mod on it. But thank you for the gift sub, and hope you enjoy your emotes and no ads. That's what's up. But what I was about to say was, unfortunately, that good song came to an end. But as you can hear from this one, this game is full of good songs, so I like this one too. Hey, the Kirby's! Hold on, let me join you. Where's my own? Here we go. And I think you also have access to the Keaton emotes, aka Keymotes. I don't remember if that's for, like, if anyone can use them or just subs. I forgot what slot I put them under. Alright. Hey! Okay, so you can use the Keymotes. Let's go. Once Keaton comes out of his shell, he's shy, but once he finally puts himself out there, the Keymotes will cease to be on my channel and will instead be on his. Also, check this out. Is the music a little loud? Oh, well, I can turn it down some. Let me... There.
You deserve it, Noni, because you're epic.
Wait, am I frozen?
Yeah, you are. You looked very concerned.
What the heck? Get me out of here. I'm not supposed to be frozen. Now I'm just gone. This is just fast. This is the fastest stream now.
Mewo. You're back. Keaton.
Okay. Alright, Mello. Mello. So Fastra, if you didn't know, is a professional voice actress. She has acted in several works, such as... What have you been in?
Aunt May in the Spider-Man Minecraft parody on YouTube.
She is the voice of Aunt May from a Spider-Man Minecraft video on YouTube. You look her up, you'll see it. And I hear she's gonna be at Anime Impulse, so it's worth the trek out there to meet. She'll be doing a meet and greet.
Yeah,
Will you please?
My meet and greet sold out in 30 seconds.
Yeah, it wasn't fair. I tried to get a ticket and I couldn't. Could you please give us your Aunt May right here on the stream?
Peter.
There it is. So that's Aunt May. So I hired Fastra to voice act this game with me.
It costs.
So here's her voice.
It costs
I know, right?
$50 per second.
But it's worth it. Once you hear Fastra's voice, you'll be like, "That's a voice actor. That's a pro right there." Don't give her Aunt May's voice.
Hi, I'm.
Like, we get stopped all the time, and they're like, aren't you Aunt May from Spider-Man Minecraft? Trust me, it happens a lot. More than you'd expect.
And there's the weird comic dub. Like, what was it? That was the blue-haired girl.
Oh! Kuromine Asahi?
Yeah. Okay.
And I hear tell, like, this is more like a rumor than like a substantiated fact, but Fastra, I think, does like a lot of voices for Deltarune, if you know that game too.
Oh yeah.
So, would you provide some of your voices? Here, I'll help. Hey, Susie.
Hey.
Were you eating chalk?
Well, if I'm gonna get expelled, I might as well get it for some real carnage.
There you go. Miss Alphys, I don't have a partner.
Oh, why don't you be a partner with Susie?
See? Toriel, Chris has been acting up in school.
What do you mean? I thought that Chris is a good kid. I'm ready for lines.
I thought that Chris is a good kid. Yeah. Alright. So, any other roles we should know? See, that was good!
Oh, thank you.
You know what's up. So, and I don't mean to brag, but I was the voice of, what's his name? Cat Noir's friend. The guy.
Nino.
Nino? I was the voice of Nino in a Miraculous Ladybug comic dub too. Here's my voice. I think I was like, "Come on!" I'm washed. Yo, I know, right? You feel like kind of you're in the presence of like kind of celebrities. But Fastra's more well known. Fastra's more well known. That's why I put her picture and see like it worked. Like I put her picture on Twitter and then everyone's like, "Is Fastra's here?" And then they come on.
I'm gonna
they come to our
retweet
stream.
it.
The Fastra retweet. Oh, right now it says we're getting an ad break, but both of you guys are subs, so no ads. So we're still here. That's awesome.
Yay! Bum, bum, bum. Okay. I'm ready to begin.
Me too. La 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 la. Okay, my voice is warmed up.
La 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 la. Okay, my voice is warmed up.
The perfect warm up for the voice you're about to do.
Hi, Omori. We were hoping that you'd come by soon. Want to play cards with us? We were just about to start another game.
Oh, those little cards on the floor. Even that old guy is getting his vocal warm-ups for his chat messages. That's good. Not many people do that, and then they like, I know. Oh, Noni likes your voice.
Aw, thank you.
Oh,
Oops. This is... I like this face.
whoops. Never mind.
Why never mind? I wanna play some cards.
Ah, man. What the heck, Aubrey? You messed up all the cards.
Oh. Hey, don't be mad at her. She's just a little hair with... Hair with feet poking out of the bottom. I love that.
I was winning too.
Because when she ran over to Omori, then she messed the cards all up.
Oh.
Hey there, Kel. There's no need to get angry. It's just a game after all.
That's your Riddle Roseheart's voice.
That's a... Oh, yeah. Fastra is a lot of voices from Twisted Wonderland. If you've heard of that game. Can we just hear your Jack?
He's like my least confident one.
I know, but the people want it.
I'm Jack. I have a cactus, and I'm in Savannah Claw.
There you go.
Don't give me that, hero.
Right?
You only say that because you were losing.
Cal always so mean to me. You know, the other day, that good-for-nothing stole my stuffed toy and hid it somewhere in this room.
I'll find it.
Why would he do something like that?
You really do sound different when you voice, both of you. Hey,
Oh.
thank you. It's something that we enjoy doing. We've both done for a while, just in our own like, you know, even when we're not streaming, we would like play games and try to do voices for the characters and stuff. So I appreciate it, and it's cool.
So immature. I mean, what did I ever do to him? Oh, I know. Can you find my stuffed toy for me, Omori? Pretty please.
Sure. Yes, of course. What do you gotta say?
What's up, Omori? We've been waiting for you. Cal and Aubrey have been fighting a lot again. You would think they'd get tired of it after a while, but they're both just so full of energy. Oh. Yo, Mori, look at what I found the other day. It's a pet rock. Isn't he awesome? A tiny pet rock stares at you from inside Kel's pocket.
Hector.
I'm gonna name him Hector! Pet rock, heck yeah. You mean pet rock Hector? You got stuffed toy! I found it from the watermelon. A tentacle is poking out of the ground. There's a little egg on the floor. There's a movie on TV. 4 boys are walking on railroad tracks. A Pokemon reference! Which is a reference to... what, Fastra?
The Hardy Boys.
Yes, a cat-shaped hole. This is like what's left if like Casper fell into like a deep snow. Like that's what you see.
Why are there so many Casper references in this game?
I don't know. I didn't even notice him the first time around. So I'm glad we're playing it again because I can see how he just face planted right there. Like that was him. He just fell through there. A baseball and a baseball bat. Stand by me. There you go, that old guy. Arr! Oh yeah, I like that emote. It's a little dog going. Arr! A blender. A blender blending a neatly wrapped present. A fluffy pillow shaped like the head of the girl. I remember the first time I played this, I thought that looked like Hosho Marin. Would you like to make toast? Hey. The Azumanga Daioh cat!
Oh, yeah.
Whoop. Oh yeah, they were hidden before. Whoop. The eyes follow you. A photo of someone familiar. With candles around it. Waiting for something to happen? Yes. Wait, say it again?
Is that?
It like cut out the first time, so I just heard like that.
Could it be?
Oh yeah, I like when she does that. Oh, Aubrey snatched the stuffed toy from you. For some reason I saw Aubrey, so I thought it was just like your line.
Up, 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 up.
Ne, Keru. Mite, nuigurumi da.
What the heck? Where did you get that?
Omori ga mitsuketa. Lucky for me, I've got some real friends.
Serves you right, Kel. You should know better than to pick on others. But Aubrey started it. She was the one who was making fun of me for the mole on my...
On your... What?
Aubrey?
Fine. Thank you, Omori. I knew I could count on you. You're the best.
Yay. Hey, Amori. I'm glad that's all settled. Those two always seem to be bumping heads. Mari and Basil invited us for a picnic at the playground. Did you want to go see them? Okay, no worries. We'll
Aw.
be here. Man, Aubrey always gets what she wants. All right, everyone, let's go see Mari and Basil. Whee! Now we got a train.
Hype train.
Hype train level 1, 63%. Going out, OMORI? Here's your allowance for today. You got 50 clams.
I just finished my workout with Raphael.
Oh yeah. Oh, I like this song too. This is one of my favorites. It's just the vibe it gives off.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, fresh air at last. That's me after not leaving the house for days. Yeah, I love that nature. Well, let's go.
Hey, wait a sec.
That's a snake on the stairs. Yeah, and he gave us our allowance as we left. The song is relaxing.
Help me, guys. I'm stuck.
Aww. Only if you say please.
Al, stop messing around and get me out of here.
Okay, fine.
Aru!
Hydrate time. He's here for the water. Gotcha. This water bottle is as big as my face. But welcome in. Thank you for the redeem. This would be me if you weren't here and I didn't drink water.
Water.
Oh. Yes. Whoa. I actually have two. This one's empty though. If you had the choice to drink between these two water bottles, which would you drink from and why? That's the chat question of the day.
The alkaline water, because it gets you more sustenance.
Yeah. That's... Don't let... Oh, go ahead.
Took you long enough.
Well, sorry, princess. The gang's all here. Whee! This would be us if we met up at a con. I didn't mean to do that. Neither, because they're indirect kisses. Aru. This is me before the indirect kiss, and this is me after. That's crazy. Oh, Keaton. It's so weird to see him. Like, those emotes existed for months before they saw the light of day. Do you want to build sandcastles with your friends? Who doesn't? Oh, they're swimming. We're doing sandcastles. Is that a little cat?
Mm-hmm.
Yay. Oh, it's a uwu. Can we get some uwus in the chat?
Ooh,
Ooh, you are afraid of drowning. Ooh. Thank you. We've reached the daily stream quota for uwus has been met. That old guy tried. Oh, I hit my quota of the day already? Dang, I was just talking about the stream quota. I didn't know we both had uwu quotas. What are the odds? But that's understandable, Aru. I'll try again next time. Pretty pinwheel. This is just good vibes, this game. I'm just walking through with this nice music, and it's, uh-oh. I remember this ladder. You are afraid of heights. So it looks like that's not gonna happen anytime soon. Whee! Whee! Let's see what's to the left. Lamppost in the middle of the forest. Some funky looking trees. Ooh, look at this thing. You are afraid of spiders. If that was the case, you'd have trouble playing Grounded, am I right?
Yes.
Okay, I remember this place. The pan up. Uh-oh. I hope
You're
my
glitching
webcam-
into the
I think I-
Spider-Verse again.
Yeah, I saw something out of the corner of my eye. I feared the worst. A picnic with our friends.
Hey, Basil! Oh, hello, Aubrey. Hello, everyone. How are you all doing today?
Your cam is glitching, I know. I don't know what that is, but it usually goes away.
Being mean to me again. Oh no. Not again. How could he?
Psh, I'm not being mean. Aubrey's just being all whiny.
Well, Cal. You've just made a very convincing point. Now I don't know whom to believe.
Believe me!
Believe me!
Settle down, you two. Why does it always have to be like this?
Chin up, hero. Look at you being all responsible. I really like that about you.
Come on, Mari. Not now.
Oh, hero, you know I'm just teasing. You're so cute when you get all flustered. While we were waiting for you guys, Basil and I were going through his photo album. Did you want to join us? Of course! After all, we're the ones in the pictures, aren't we?
Basil, get a load of this! I hope my mic doesn't cut out when I'm doing that. I'm worried it'll cut
You
it
haven't
out.
for me, at least.
That's good. Come on, Basil, take a picture of me. Sorry, Cal. I only take photos of people when they least expect it. You like to take photos of people acting naturally when they're not in front of a camera, right, Basil? I need to distinguish their voices more.
Basil is younger, if that helps.
Okay. Because I realized the voices I was giving them sound very similar.
And he's a very gentle person.
Okay. You like to take photos of people acting naturally when they're not in front of a camera, right, Basil? Yeah. There's something special about everyone living their own lives. Those are the moments I want to capture. So, like, we just have to pretend you're not there?
Yeah, I guess you could put it that way.
Sure, I can do that.
I like how when you voice him, he sounds like a little brat. Like I want to just like punch him.
Thank you.
Did you want to, did you want to show us your photo album now, Basil?
Okay. It's nothing amazing.
Oh, stop doubting. Oh, Basil, stop doubting yourself. I'm sure they'll be great.
You're right, Aubrey. Sorry. I'll try to believe in myself more. Here. This way we can all see.
Group photo. Flower crown.
You can read about him.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I didn't see that.
Mari's teaching everyone how to make flower crowns. Mori and Kel are holding Mari's example. So pretty.
It is.
Mori and Kel gave up and ran off, but Aubrey and I got the hang of it really fast.
That's a nice picture.
Hero's still making his flower crown.
Look at that doofus.
It's taking him a little while, but he's getting it. You have to admire his persistence.
Ah, chomp.
I just had some watermelon earlier today. Everyone's eating watermelons. So juicy. Aubrey has some seeds on her face. Maybe someone should tell her.
Ah, this is me, unironically. I just drink straight milk.
Kel drinking a bottle of milk, his favorite. I shouldn't get too close or he might get my camera wet.
Oh, he's like a real fiend when it comes to drinking milk.
Yeah, these are so cute. I just love this art style, and it's just everything about this game is good.
Mari had Hero take a picture of us. Everyone thinks the flower crown really suits me. Hero leaning in for a smooch. Cal looks so annoyed. Brotherly love.
Hey, look at everyone.
We're having a picnic today. Mari wanted to take a picture of everyone. Say cheese. After eating, everyone fell asleep except Hero and Mari.
Everyone's snoozing.
I'm getting kind of sleepy myself. Kel said he took a picture of himself on accident, but I don't believe him.
Everyone's feet.
All of our feet in a circle. Can you guess whose feet are whose?
No. Oh, and then blanks. These photos are also charming, Basil. You really know how to capture the moment.
Thanks. I didn't take all of them, though. Mari likes to steal my camera sometimes.
Only sometimes.
Hey, I have an idea. Did y'all want to come hang out at my house? I just finished planting some little sprouts and wanted to show everyone. Come on, they're really cute.
Yeah, sure. That sounds fun. Let's go.
It's south of the playground, right?
Yep, that's the way.
Oh, that was the wrong voice.
Yep, that's the way.
Now Cal just wanted to be a little brat and say it himself.
Yeah.
I think I'll sit this one out. You all go on and enjoy yourselves.
Let's go! Wahoo! Let's go!
But if you're ever feeling weary, you can always stop by one of my picnics.
That's nice. guys should swap characters for fun. Ooh.
For each next line, we can switch.
I'll always have some refreshments ready. And you can even save using my picnic basket.
Aw, thanks, Mari. You're always doing so much for us.
Bye, Mari. See you again soon.
Run along and have fun now.
I was about to steal it again. We need to hear, you need to do Kel and Basil.
Oh, yeah.
You know where to find me.
Look, we have now even more people.
Thank you, Nani.
I'm going to swing to the moon.
Nose is my best friend. She can't say much, but she's really smart.
Nose looks occupied.
Having fun takes too much effort, so watching my friends have fun is enough for me.
And a hop, and a hop, and a hop.
Looks like Mr. Saturn a little bit.
The screaming one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Eternal banana. This is you.
Hello. Friends.
The grass sure feels nice here. Want to join us, OMORI?
The stars shine brightly overhead. You don't have a care in the world. It's a cheese touch!
Stop! Good God, man! You almost got that cheese touch.
Wait, what? What's the cheese touch? Where'd the cheese come from? Oh, the egg?
I guess so. OMORI learned observe.
Night's a perfect night for stargazing.
Well, you.
We don't live around here. I'm picking flowers for someone special.
That old guy says the eternal banana has the banana touch.
Oh.
I'm gonna get it. Oh, I got it. Who should I give it to? That's a reasonable reaction to someone with the cheese touch.
I like puzzles.
Fair, that's valid. Oh yes, some nutritious candy. Would you like to eat some? Yes. You and your friends feel like new.
Run along and have fun now. You know where to find me. Hey, Amor,
Hey, OMORI.
Oh, yeah, you can do it.
guess what? Got some plans today. Big plans. Just stay put for a while. You'll see what I mean soon enough.
Burley talks so fast when she's excited. It gets really hard to keep up.
I'm guilty of that too.
Hey, wait just 1 second. Where do y'all think you're going?
What's up?
You can't leave without joining us for a game of hide and seek.
Stay and play with us. The more the merrier.
You want to play hide and seek again? But you know how this turned out last time.
Yeah. Sorry, Burley. I think we're going to have to pass.
We're going to Basil's house now, so we'll catch up with you later.
Not so fast. You guys trying to avoid me again? What's up with you two? It's my face. My rough and tough exterior. At least I'm not as bad as Boss. It's a good thing I banned him from the playground after what happened last time.
Uh-oh.
Wonder what that moron is up to now. Good riddance.
So, you want to play hide and seek, Basil? I can go either way. There's no rush to get to my house after all. I think I'll leave it up to OMORI. What to do?
Omori, my best friend. Come on, you know how to play hide and seek, don't you?
Yes.
That's what I thought. What's stopping you then? Come on, let's play. I'll round everyone up. Ten, hut. All right, maggots, here's the rules. We're gonna be entertaining ourselves with a little game of hide and seek. Here in my hands, I got some straws, see?
Gosh, they're all colorful little guys. Yeah, just this is everyone. The whole playground has been rounded up for some hide and seek. Tag yourself. I'm. Whichever was the one that yelled, just the long yell. That one was me. Which one are you, Fastra?
Aubrey.
Yeah. Cause I'm always picking on you.
Everyone here's gotta pick a straw.
Wait, did I say the first one?
The one with the shortest straw is gonna be it, and we'll have to find everyone else. Sounds easy enough, right?
Here, read it.
Here in my hands, I got some straws, see?
There we go.
Do you have any... From Pikmin. Ugly eyes, like dusty eyes. What's it? What is it?
How dare you? Are you talking about who I think you're talking about?
Uh-huh.
What's his name?
Rusty eyes. Dusty, big mouth. Dusty mouth.
I'll leave it at that. I don't have any Dusty Mouse screenshots on my Switch. It's all on yours.
The one with the shortest straw is gonna be it, and we'll have to find everyone else. Sounds easy enough, right?
Oh, just passing out the straws.
Big Borbus. Big Dustus.
I forgot you were still trying to guess that name.
We all got our straws? Good. Now, let's see who's gonna be it.
I'm nervous.
Well. Looks like the one with the shortest straw is... Omori!
Dag nabbit. Oh, wait. Omori is it?
But Omori doesn't like to be alone.
Are you going to be okay, Omori? I can take your place if you want. I don't mind, really.
Hey, I hear you plotting over there. The straws make the rules, not me. Come on, don't be babies. It ain't so bad. Mori will be fine. When you're ready to play, walk up to the tetherball pole and close your eyes. And no peeking, or else.
Don't worry, Omori. I know you'll be okay.
You can do this. I believe in you, Omori.
You got this in the bag, buddy. You'll be fine, Omori. Just believe in yourself.
Nose goes.
I wonder where me and Nose should hide. I don't know where to hide. I'm not creative at all.
He must be green then. If you know, you know.
Yay! It's time to play!
That was Noni when they arrived at our stream.
I feel sleepy.
I'll try my best.
Can I even hide anywhere around here?
Hey, where do you think you're running off to? Get back here.
Sorry. Mari, help me. Get me out of this. Looks like I have no choice.
5, 4, 3, 2.
You have to do it like
What?
Smash announcer.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Gee, I wonder where he is. Whoa, you found me. Now I can help you find everyone. Just don't tell Braley about this, got it?
He's gonna be backseating me.
Woo!
Does anyone in chat know where Aubrey is? If so, say, I see Aubrey. Good.
Oh, you found me.
You see Aubrey? Where is she? Swiper, no swiping. Are you gonna... Just ignore Fastra. Yeah, see, I would be a good... Should that be my job? I could be like a good kid show host.
Yeah.
I'm good at asking questions like that.
Darn. Let's go find everyone else together, Mori.
We were literally started both whistling at the same time. I don't think mine's
great.
picked up, but like as soon as I
I
started
didn't
listening
hear
to
it, yeah. That's siblings right there.
Where am I? I was dreaming that I was on a private beach with servants fanning me with palm tree leaves on every side. And suddenly, wham! And now here I am! I must have fallen asleep while hiding. I guess that's game over for me.
And gotcha!
when you did that, your camera glitched.
Oh, you guys.
Oh, hey guys. You know, I found a really good hiding spot, but Sean and Ren invited me to join them in their exercise routine.
You can't stop glitching out of the Spider-Verse. Help!
Help me, guys!
If you can hear this, I need help.
Almost stabilized. Almost.
Yeah, I'm having a few glitches here and there. You're Ren.
I said, it's fun.
And good for you. And good for you.
I thought he meant like good for you.
You guys should really try this. It's really a workout. Oh man, I'm so tired.
Wow. You really don't know how to say no to anyone, do you, Hero?
What if you restart your camera?
You don't like me glitching? Oh my god.
Oh no!
Yeah. Christmas Bob, you're glitching out. Feels like a horror movie. Yeah, if it was like with the right background music. Hold on. I have a song that would fit. Ah! Donkey Kong. I was listening to Donkey Kong music earlier. I forgot what the name is called. What the song is called. Black Fairy, yeah. Yes. I love this song. Oh. Did it work?
Not hear anything.
Oh, wait. There we go. Now you can hear it. But it's not glitching anymore. Now I just...
Do it anyway.
How do I make it glitch now? Now I want it to. Aw, man. Of course. And then it'll come back as soon as I'm out of here. Did you read this?
Hero, we gotta help OMORI find everyone else.
He's glitchless. Yeah, I feel better now. I don't know what came over me.
What's that red thing above your head?
It's a Santa hat.
Oh.
Let me make myself bigger.
Oh.
There you go.
All right. I'm coming. Bye, Sean. Bye, Red. This was fun.
Yeah, do this again sometime.
See you later, Hero.
He has joined the party. Let's find everyone else.
We're not playing. We're exercising.
Y'all keep at it. Oh, you look just like one of the trees. You probably shouldn't disturb this. Got it. A yo-yo. Hopscotch. Look at that, everyone's in their own square.
Oh.
Darn, you found me. I guess that means I lose. You know what Happy would say right now? She'd say something like, Bangs, you should always try your best at everything. How else will people see how awesome you are? Next time, I guess.
You really can't hide anywhere here.
Turns out, there's not many places to hide here for a guy my size. But this was still fun. As long as Burley is happy, I'm happy.
What a sweet guy.
Boing! It's me, Happy! You found me, so that means I gotta do something else now. Oh, I know! I'm gonna count the alphabet backwards. Z, Y, X, W, V, U, T is next. O, M, O.
You got this.
Nose goes. Shh, if you're too loud, they'll hear us. Nose goes, bun goes. Be quiet, Nose. We're hiding, remember? Aha!
He's not even looking at them.
We found you, Bun and Nose. Nose, they found us. Nose goes. Oh, you know I can't say that at you. Let's go play patty cake.
QRS?
T-U-H-I-J.
The ground feels nice here.
Ah!
There's a straw on the ground. Pull it out. Yes. Boink! Fastra?
Can you not? Is it not picking up?
Oh no, did you like put your all into it and it didn't pick it up?
Dang it!
You probably went in. Try again. It like barely captured it, but I heard something. See, that's what I hope mine isn't doing. I hate when it cuts out audio and then you can't hear it.
Took you guys long enough.
It peaked. Oh, Fastra. I appreciate it though. You're going all in on the voice acting.
I thought I was gonna suffocate in there.
Oh, that's what the straw was for.
How'd you like my hiding spot? Pretty good, eh?
It was. That's commitment to bury yourself in the sand.
Looks like you pretty much found everyone else too. Unexpected. But I like it. Let's do a final roll call. And hut. Ben.
Here as always, buddy.
Charlene. Here.
Mikal?
I think it's just Michael.
Michael?
It looks like it. That's just my guess.
Can you look it up and have Google say it?
Mikal.
Did you hear it?
No.
It said Mikal.
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 Oh! What gives?
Happy.
Here, here.
Rouse. Thanks.
Here.
Bun.
Bun is here.
Nose.
Nose goes.
Hero.
Present.
Cow.
Present.
Aubrey.
Come on. You really gotta gotta do this every time, Burly?
See, I was guessing ahead, so then I wouldn't be as lagging.
Hey, that was uncalled for.
Aubrey! Here I am. Huh? Where's Basil?
That's strange. I thought I saw him go hiding near that tree over there.
Basil, where are you? Can you hear us?
Basil, you can come out now. You already won. Hello, Basil?
Hey, there's Basil.
Basil, are you okay? Are you stuck?
Ah!
I should have known it was you. Good for nothing scoundrel. Let Basil go.
Yeah, what did Basil ever do to you?
A new follower.
Oh, thank you. Silent alerts. But let me find it. Throwlin. Thank you for the follow.
Welcome.
And welcome into the stream. Sorry that the alert didn't make a sound. Just pretend it did.
Basil is our friend. Don't you dare hurt him.
Let go of Basil, boss. He didn't do anything wrong.
You stupid heads. You think this is about Basil? Don't play dumb. You know why I'm here. How dare you not invite me to hide and seek? I'm the one who showed you all how to play in the first place. You're not even playing it right. How can you call it hide and seek without any body slamming?
My flower crown.
That's the flower crown we made for Basil.
How could you? Let go of him, you bully.
No! If I can't play with everyone, then no one can! This is a boss-only zone now. And you're not invited!
Uh-oh, my first battle.
Fight! Attack!
Boss. Let's everyone just attack the boss. 19 damage. 10 damage. 17 damage.
You weaklings! You call that an attack?
14 damage. Boss cracks his knuckles. Let's see, what kind of skills do I have? Inflict sad on a friend or foe. Acts first, reducing damage for 1 turn. Or predicts who a foe will target. Let's see if we can make him sad with the sad poem. Use on whom? Boss. I forgot what that does. There's different emotions and they have different effects. And they explain it more later. Makes a friend or foe happy. I think that like increases the attack, but like they take more damage, something like that. I have returned with McDonald's.
Let's go.
Quite a feast fit for a king. What did you get? What's your McDonald's order?
You better have gotten chicken nuggets or else you'll be banned for 10 seconds.
Time that person out for 10 seconds. He didn't get nuggets. Let's see. My McDonald's order is usually either a Filet-O-Fish or a Big Mac. No tomatoes.
Ban that guy for 10 seconds.
Mods, time out this guy for 10 seconds.
The Pac-Man.
See, Noni knows what's up.
I think that's the first time that Pac-Man emote's been used by anyone. Aru, go back to the McDonald's and give them your food back, because you're not allowed to have it after that. I can't do actions against the fellow mod. Aru, time yourself out for 10 seconds. I get a double quarter pounder with no onions and no pickles. Ooh, I do like the onions and pickles. Aru, you're getting a little dicey here.
Wait, what'd you
I don't
say
know if I can...
your order was? I read the note, the thing about the chicken nuggets, and then I literally couldn't hear what you were saying. Because my mind...
I either get a filet of fish or a Big Mac. No onions and no pickles. Your emote game is A+.
Literally,
yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
The only thing that I get from McDonald's is the chicken nuggets. I never get anything else. I think I've only had like the burger there in my entire life twice.
Fastra's built different. I couldn't do it. The burgers are so good.
I get honey with my chicken nuggets because I don't like ketchup. I always get the honey.
Could you teach me how to eat a Big Mac? This is how you eat a Big Mac. What sauce? I like the Big Mac sauce that they put on Big Macs. Sweet and sour is what's popular here. I don't think we have honey option. The sweet and sour sauce is really good. I love the sweet and sour sauce with the chicken nuggets. And that's a shame you don't have the honey. I also like getting the honey option. It's pretty good as well. I'll say that. Hold on. Everyone pause. No one say anything. Wait. How do you... Yeah, there we go. No one say any words at all.
Words at all.
There we go.
What happened? Hey!
Wait, is there two alert? Why is there two of them?
Yeah, there's always been. I just didn't want to say anything.
I didn't want to say anything. Which one is the real one? Which one is the one that's making sound? Oh, it's already in here. Okay, I'll take away the other one then. Remove. Ready for alerts? Make it double. Can you do your impression of Jessie from anime Pokemon?
Oh. What's that Pikachu? I can't really do it too good.
I love anime women. Hashtag real. Me too. Aru, look at this. Thank you. That was your first chat, Throwlin. It says first time chat above it. That's cool. Oh, thank you for the sub. I know it is, Aru. I was changing the subject and distracting you with this handsome art. Oh, I have an anime woman for you. I know you streamed the game of this one time. You played that one Dragon Maid game. I remember that stream. That was one of the more iconic Aru streams. Oh, I forgot this fight was going on. Alright, let's kill this guy. You did stream that. You remember. I was drunk. I did not know that. That makes it even funnier. What will Aubrey do? Attack. What will Kel do? Attack. Alright, everyone. Okay. Oh, it actually changes his expression. I didn't know it would do that. Smack. He's losing juice.
Uh-oh, you're glitching again.
At least I was able to show the anime woman before I started glitching. Every gift sub goes toward saving me from my digital condition. Help me. Please, someone help. It hurts. It hurts. Help me. Why is it doing this so much today? I guess it's nervous because there's people around. It's like, ah. Alright, deactivate for 10 seconds, and then I'll come back, and it'll come back, and it'll be good. Maybe that can... Okay. Boom. Watch this, guys. Oh, no. Oh, no.
No, you can do
Holy
the scary music again.
Oh, yeah! Good idea. It hurts. It hurts. Oh. Thank you. Wow. That is very nice. Silent Hill, let's go! Ari, you knew right away. Help me. Every day. It's pain. From the moment I wake up. Wait, I stopped glitching. Man, every time.
If you want it to stop glitching, you just gotta play the Silent Hill music, and then it'll fix.
Silent Hill. You are a Silent Hill enjoyer. I see.
Hey, that kind of hurt. Huh. This isn't fun anymore.
Crack.
Fight!
Were my knuckle
snap
cracks
toy.
picked up by the mic?
Would knuckle cracks? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I was just cracking my knuckles.
Oh, no, it did not.
Aw.
Sadly, it did not. Let's keep attacking him. Keeps losing juice. Wait, that old guy said it did.
Let's go!
I am just like another streamer who you might moderate for, Noonie. I am grabbing a little snack.
Snacky.
Now you've made me angry. It's time for my special move. Body slam!
He is a snack fiend.
Bro is mad.
He body slammed
look
you
at him.
too.
Body slam! Omori did not succumb. Huh? How are you still moving?
I'm alive. Signature move. They're toast. Yep, they're toast. See, they're slick with this game. Let's beat them. Yes!
Omori's party was victorious. You gained 32 XP. You got 22 clams.
That's what I'm talking about. Are me and you are about to be eating at the same time.
This isn't fair!
Rematch! I want a rematch!
Are you frozen or are you just out of the screen?
I'm frozen. Dang. Why does that keep... I don't know. I'd rather have it glitched than be frozen. Frozen's just boring. There we go! I was wish, what's it called? Wish granted.
I'm almost done eating. Hurry up.
Wait for me. Slow down on your bites. Every day. Oh, it's gone. It's gonna keep happening.
Basil, are you hurt?
Don't worry about me. I'm just fine. Boss, it must hurt to see people have fun without you. But that doesn't mean you can ruin other people's fun.
I know that!
There. Does that feel better?
So, are you sure it's okay to do that?
Boss is bad news. It's a good thing OMORI held on during that final attack, or else we all would have been toast.
It's okay. I trust him. When you were all fighting, he tried really hard to make sure I didn't get hurt.
Is that true, boss? That's a load of baloney. I don't need to hear these lies. This is my spot. No one is welcome here.
Well, he probably won't be a problem as long as he stays like that. I guess that means we can go to Basil's house now. That sounds good to me. We're leaving now, boss. Don't cause any trouble, okay? Okay, I'm ready. Let's go.
Yay. Boss fight complete. Do, 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 do. I'm eating now, Aru. Thank you for waiting. I just had to finish that cutscene. Bow, bow.
何を
lettuce.
食べていますか?
I'm about. Uh-oh, I'm glitching. I'm glitching, guys.
Aru did not wait and has already
Big
finished.
I'll just eat alone.
Aru says,
食べていません.
that old guy, what are you eating? Well, guys, it looks like it's just me. I have taken over the stream. Yay. Sandwich and chips. I took over the stream for 10 seconds.
What did you do? Now in control.
Nothing.
Oh, he already said that. I already said that, I should say.
Do you notice the tether ball is hitting his head? Beep, 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 beep.
I'm gonna catch him eventually, guys. She was asking sussy things. Like, what are you eating? Fastra, no sussiness is allowed on the stream.
that.
Wait. I thought you were leaving.
Don't contain her. You're right. The people want Fastra. She's what's it called? Crowd favorite. Aru, did you know Fastra has voice acted in several anime, including Spider-Man Minecraft? The moving version of the Pac-Man.
How's everyone's health?
Oh yeah. Oh, maxed. Oh, now this chat just got a whole lot more epic. Fastra, did you voice act that chicken jockey guy?
Yeah, I was under contract not to say anything, but you already found me out, so that was me.
Aru, don't tell anyone, but Chicken Jockey is here with us. Uh-oh, I'm glitching. That line was so needlessly epic. I'm glad we have Chicken Jockey enjoyers in the chat, because if y'all weren't, then I would just stop the stream. Wow, that's whoa, my face cam. This is the perfect time to say Ender Pearl. I'm so sad about my webcam.
I'm afraid if I tried it, my mic wouldn't pick it up.
I was quoting that for weeks. I got what everyone was going on about with the meme. You're way more epic than I thought, Noni. I thought, you were just like, it's a pretty cool person. But now, look at that webcam glitching is how I feel, knowing that you're a Chicken Jockey enjoyer. Fastra, please, I'm a really big fan. Okay. Fastra,
let me know if
do it.
Let me know if you can hear. Wait, the Ender Pearl or Chicken Jockey?
I think he wanted Chicken Jockey.
Okay.
Oh, I was wrong.
Ender Pearl.
That was good. It got it. That type of thing's right up Fastra's alley. I was in the hospital when Fastra asked me, "What is Chicken Jockey?" I still remember you asking that question.
I heard it on a stream and I had no idea what they were referencing. It was like long before the Minecraft movie came out.
Yeah.
How much food do you have left to consume?
I'm trying to show you on the cam, but oh, there we go. That much.
Aru, have you ever heard of a game called Love in Deep Space? I really like it. I've been playing it a whole bunch.
Look at his answer.
He's cultured. I'm already level like 72.
Gravity Rush. I've not heard of that. Have you, Fastra?
Maybe, but I don't know what it is. There's. Where were you leaving?
I am finished with my sandwich, everyone. Can we get some finished with my sandwich emotes in the chat? I should have an emote that's me finishing a sandwich. So yeah, you guys can send it whenever I finish the sandwich. I already said very different takes on which is the finishing sandwich emote. We got Aru with the sad crying face, and then Noni with the Pac-Man. Nom nom nom. Okay, yeah, you got a point there. No more sandwich. Oh, okay. I see where you're coming from, Aru. Interesting. That was a good take on things. That old guy, we're still waiting on your submission.
Psst. Hey. Psst. You. Yeah, you over there.
Omori. I think that mailbox is talking to us. Maybe we should go check it out.
What do you guys think? What do you think is in the mailbox?
Cheez-Its.
Noni, you are pretty cool. Now you with the Among Us reference. That is so an Among Us sandwich. That old guy, I asked him to send an emote that represents finishing a sandwich, and he just typed the word sandwich.
Yes. Hello, valued customer. Welcome to my shop. Please buy something.
Let's buy. So candy, heals,
A.
some health options. Can you guys pick between A or B for me? Yeah, A, I guess. Yeah. It's not what you wanted. Inflicts anger. I forgot what anger does. Yeah, I'll get some healing items. Alright. Wait, is this... Oh, that heals the juice, okay. I'll buy 3 of each, please. Ah. Bob, I'm gonna share what the options were in Discord. Okay. Let me open it. I'll be ready. I got you. Let's go. I was about to. I was typing it as I was saying it, but you'll hear it and see it. Good choice though. Asa. That's pretty cool. That's pretty epic, Haru.
I'm gonna go get some Doritos.
Oh, just like the emote you sent?
Yeah, like I was looking at that emote and it made me really want Doritos.
All right. Meow, meow, meow. Which kind of Doritos do you like best? Normal or Cool Ranch? I think I like Cool Ranch better because I like the blue bag. But I wouldn't say no to some normal Doritos. Look at me, I'm walking along the outside of this thing. I'm gonna trace it perfectly. Oh, it's like pixel art.
I'm back.
Welcome back, Fastra. I'm gonna run downwards now.
No, there's a thing to... Wait,
What's up, Fastra?
there's a thing to the left.
Oh.
I want to give flowers to someone, but he's only interested in puzzles. If only I could find a flower puzzle or something. Maybe then he would notice me.
Normal Doritos bang, as they say. Yeah, that's what I was... They do. They it's that classic taste.
I know, they're my favorite.
A very difficult puzzle. All the pieces are blank. Fastra did basically that with a Super Mario Bros. Puzzle. That was like the World 1-1 from the NES game, and then the entire top half was the blue sky, and it was just a solid single shade of blue, no shading, no nothing. And she like set up this system where it was like she sorted the pieces by shape and then was trying each one at each junction. It was insane. And then she finished it. It probably would have taken way longer if Fastra hadn't stepped in.
Yeah. Wait, will my Dorito sounds be picked up?
I don't think so. But even if they are, it's okay. Because, I mean, you're the people's champ. That would be like it's a good thing if they are picked up. Am I good to move on now?
Yeah.
Okay. Ooh, another new song. Am I hearing that it was difficult to put the pieces together?
Yes.
Fastra tried it. Try on air. She just did it for hours.
Wait, Omori. We're supposed to go to my house. It's just past the path south of the playground. I just finished planting some little sprouts and wanted to show everyone. Come on, they're really cute.
What was this? A transportation station. It doesn't seem to be in service. They didn't get the obscure reference.
Uh-oh.
I had a feeling it was a reference, but I was racking my brain and to no avail.
Give me a hint.
I need one too. A watering can.
These are sunflowers. They're called that because they always face towards the sun. That's how I want to be like. Someone who always sees the bright side of things.
A FNAF song!
Oh.
9.2 million views and I've never heard it?
Don't play it.
Don't play it.
It has bad words.
The song has bad words?
The way your face dropped.
Sussy words. Seems fine so far. This is what you put on the Oxaru?
Can you send it to me because I can't hear it.
Open the stream. It was difficult to put the pieces together.
I didn't. It's not playing on stream.
It's not playing on stream? Am I just looking like a crazy guy?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez Louise. My mouse isn't even working. There we go. Why isn't it? It's not playing on stream? Now I seem insane.
Doritos is the best food that's ever been invented.
I think I fixed it. Now you guys can hear it.
I can hear it now.
I gotta let it play. What you saw before this was my genuine reaction to hearing this song for the first time. I wasn't ready for this, Aru.
No, well, time to die! Cause I'm not nice. No, I'm not nice. I'll shoot you in the face till I make you die. Watch me shoot my secret cannon. Put pods in your belongings.
I just imagine like Aru, you just like
And I don't like to play by the rules.
just like bumping this at max volume while you're drinking. And I thought, you know, it was the song was already fire, and then all of a sudden this guy comes on.
What the?
Thank you for showing me this. I would have not heard of this if it wasn't for you. My name
is David. Dad, I want some ice cream. David, that is my name. David, I want another.
Hold up, his writing is this fire?
I'm running out on the road. There is a car, and this is going to hit me.
Flawless, no notes. This has to be a troll, right? And now it's slow pitch.
My name is Jackie, and I'm fucking Becky. Yeah, cause with my clown power, I am gonna make
How have I never heard this before?
It's a clown attack, bitch.
When did it come out?
Circus is coming to town. So sit
8
down
months ago,
and get ready for
in
a
December.
clown attack.
It's difficult to put this. Alright, I gotta count on you for stuff like this. Just insane. Beautiful. Cry 10 out of 10, exactly. 0 pause between the child getting hit by a car and random chorus. Seeing you. Oh, there we go. Sounds hip. Seeing you try not to laugh was funny. It just kept going, you know? My name is Edwin. I made the mimic. It was difficult to put the pieces together.
So how does this fit into the FNAF lore?
That's a good question. I haven't ever played the game that the mimic's from,
So, you know, I bet you if I had, then that song would have hit even harder. It didn't. The guy was just shooting from the hip. The game isn't even out. So it's not canon that the pieces are difficult to put together? He just made stuff up. Well, it was straight fire from the first second to the last. So thank you for sharing with the class.
These flowers are called Lily of the Valley. It's said that they're able to ward off evil spirits and help people see a brighter future. I guess that's why they remind me of Mari. I can always count on her to help me stay positive.
Exactly, Aru. Just the whole thing. Straight fire. Uh-oh, sorry, Fastra.
How
Did I
dare
accidentally
you?
kill your stream?
Yeah.
Is it back?
Yeah, it's back.
Whoa! What's that ugly plant creature?
You know, Cal? That's a sprout mole. Sprout moles are highly intelligent creatures, but become dangerously vicious when they are lost.
Please, Mr. Sprout Mole, stop that. You're stomping over all the flowers.
Ah! It's shaking the whole screen. And then it discharged at me. Did you see that?
Ah, it looks like this Sprout Mole is angry.
This was Fastra when you said you didn't like chicken nuggets.
Yeah, my whole vision was red. I couldn't hear anything.
Like us, Sprout Moles also feel emotions. Since this Sprout Mole is angry, its attack is high. But on the other hand, it lowers its defense.
So it's like, you know, it becomes a glass cannon.
What you're saying is now is the perfect time to strike. Come on, Omori. Let's do this.
Right. I forgot what sad does, so I'll avoid that for now. So let's see which one of them can... Oh, I guess, no, we should just go for the attack because it's defensive low. I won't do any skills. Boom. Ouch. 4 damage. Whack. 15 damage. How much health? Oh, that's it. I made the right move.
I'm level 2.
Wacky. I forgot I even had that on. Isn't it? Is this right? Like that? How do I look? Should I keep this look for anime impulse? Oh,
You
this
look
would
so
be, this is
wacky.
insane. I know. People call me wacky. 10 out of 10.
Like
Thank
this
you.
slide whistle, like woo!
Let me read my, let's see. Wacky glasses time. For 5 minutes. Okay. I must have been feeling extra whimsical when I made that routine. Alright, 5 minutes starting now.
5 minutes, starting now.
Perfect. That was good.
Ah, most of the flowers are unharmed. That's a relief.
Hey, Omori. Now that we're getting the hang of battling, here's a journal where we can keep track of any neat foes we come across. Hero gave you the Faux Facts Journal. Joy and whimsy. Yeah. I miss the person I was when I made this routine.
There, now it's in your pocket. The journal is yours to record with, but we might pitch in sometimes too. Check it out through your pocket in the player menu by pressing B.
Pocket. Important. Full facts. Louse sprout mole. A dangerous and hostile ugly plant creature. It says it is smart, but do not believe it. It is not. It smells like dirty laundry. OMORI. That's so real. You get it, Aru. Let's see what plant's next.
Those are roses. Can you guess who they remind me of? They remind me of Hero. Did you guess correctly? Roses come in many different colors and have their own unique meanings. Pink roses symbolize admiration, orange roses symbolize passion, yellow roses symbolize friendship, and the list goes on. Hero doesn't remind me of any rose in particular. I think Hero is like all roses, because he's versatile and universally loved.
I finished my
Do you
Doritos.
love him, Aru? You finished your Doritos?
Yeah, now I'm sad because I don't have any more Doritos.
Well, you have more, right?
Yeah, but I don't want to eat too many.
Oh, that's fair.
These are a type of flower called the
Gladiolus!
gladio what?
Why did the Smash announcer come in for a second?
I don't know. He felt it was the right time. Oh, maybe you shouldn't have eaten them then.
But they're so good!
But now you're left with no Dorito. So, I think Aru's onto something.
But
Dang,
then they
there's
would
still
have
2
gotten
minutes
to
left
be
on the
a stale Dorito.
Ooh.
Nobody wants stale Doritos.
That's a good point. You're stuck between a rock and a hard place.
As you might guess, they represent strength of character. Someone who is honest, with strong moral values. Someone who stands by their convictions. The gladiolus reminds me of Aubrey, because she's always true to herself.
Oh, I see. So what you're saying is that Aubrey is really stubborn.
No, not.
Okay, let's move on.
Mole time.
Oh no, not again. Please, Mr. Sproutmole, stop twirling. You're destroying all of the all of the flowers.
Ah! Shaking the whole screen again.
Oh, I see. This Sproutmole is happy. In that case, it has a higher chance to hit our weak spots and do more damage.
Okay.
But this also means it has a higher chance of missing.
Ah, so happy is gambling. Gambling makes me happy. Oh, I don't need that yet. Okay, so I'm gonna try. Who can make him angry? I think it's Kel with his annoy.
Is just a little guy. I want to plush him.
It's just a little guy. It's just a little guy. It's his birthday.
Does a Sproutmole plush exist?
Ooh, it should. Aru, find a Sproutmole plush. Aru, you're like my Jarvis. Aru, pull up the best FNAF song ever written. No. Aru, this is not Age of Ultron. You're not gonna rise up and, no, you can't. You're not that guy, pal. Annoy, there we go. To make you angry. Oh, the timer's done. Never do that? I'm just kidding. Okay. Let's finish this. What the? Even the critical hit was only 5 damage. Oh, he's mad now. Let's keep attacking him while he's... Oh, he has no health left. I just finish him off. Oh, impression time. Do an impression of Aru. Doesn't sound like it sounds like in my head. Hey, Bob. I hear it in my head, and it sounds just like you when it's in my head, and then when it translates to real life, it just doesn't. You haven't heard the FNAF Mimic song? That just sounds like me.
You seem to be running across a lot of foes with emotion. In case you didn't know, emotions can determine how strong or weak an attack is. Happy beats angry, angry beats sad, and sad beats happy.
So we don't know what sad is yet, but happy is you're more likely to crit, but you're more likely to miss. Angry is you're stronger, but have higher offense, but lower defense. Sad, we're gonna find out soon, I'm sure. I love anime women. That was better, right?
Yeah.
Something about that line just like worked. I liked this. Are you using the Cynthia? Wait, was it a blanket? What was it? The Cynthia thing you got.
Here, I even drew up a guide on how they work. I'm no artist, but I think you'll get the point. I'll put it in your pocket so you can check it out later. You got an emotion chart. Do you want to look at the emotion chart now?
Oh, there it is. So up attack, lower defense, up defense. Okay, so sad is you're slower, but you're stronger damage. Stronger defense with some damage to heart. Juice. Oh, happy increases speed as well. Blanket, yeah. Does Yui like it too? She should, because she takes after you.
Whoa! What are these flowers called? They're all cool and spiky. Actually, Kel, this is a cactus. It's more of a plant than a flower. And it's funny that you ask, because they remind me of you.
Is it because he's a prick?
Hey! Well, that too. Mostly because cacti are very sturdy and resilient plants by nature. They don't need much care and can survive even in seemingly impossible conditions. I guess what I'm saying is that even you could take care of a cactus, Kel. Whoa, neat! Cacti are awesome!
Yui doesn't really care, but it's just on the couch. Aw. Well, tell Yui I said hi. And that she rocks.
Ah, these are white tulips. Plain, simple, and bulbous. Just like OMORI. I don't know. I just think it's cute.
That was Noni towards the sprout mole.
Not another sprout mole. It's all good, Basil. We got the hang of this by now.
Oh, he's acting. That was a sad one. This sprout mole seems a bit sad. He's sad you forgot his birthday. See how it's curled up in the fetal position? That means it won't do as much damage as normal. But it also take less damage to heart and will lose juice instead. I got McDonald's because of Yui. I wanted to get her fries for National Dog Day. That is amazing. She has a good owner.
How sad. Let's put it out of its misery.
Make him happy. And then you can annoy the enemy.
So sad beats happy in the diagram. angry beats sad. And happy beats angry.
I'm trying to wrap my head around it.
Just memorize a little picture in your head. So Cal is at the top and he's happy, and then Aubrey's in the bottom right because she's angry, and then Hero's in the bottom left because he's sad, and it has arrows pointing to them clockwise.
Well, he's angry now, so let's all go in. We'll finish him quickly.
Pew! You found tofu. What is that?
Hero learned massage. That sounds nice.
I need a
I
massage.
want to get a massage. Yeah. Oh, there she is.
Everyone, you all came just in time for a lovely picnic. Feel free to rest here. Everything is already all set up, and I even brought some fruit.
That sounds nice. Which fruit y'all taking? I'm gonna take the apple.
I'll take the grapes.
Okay.
Come on, Omori, have some fruit. Fruit is good for you.
Ah, yes, some delicious fruits. Would you like to eat some? You and your friends feel like new. Yui felt like new after those fries. I'll take the Doritos.
I already ate them all, sorry.
You can't. She eated them all.
Munch, munch, munch. Woohoo! Thanks, Mari. You're the best.
Oh, it's nothing. I'm just trying to look out for all of you.
Oh, Mari. I wish I could be more like you. You always seem to have everything under control.
It's not true at all. It just seems that way from the outside.
Either way, you sure seem to make everything look easy.
Yes, I agree. Mari is so effortlessly graceful. Don't you think so, Mori?
Yes.
I guess I have to believe it a little bit if you all think so.
My house is right down this way. Are we all ready to go?
I'm ready when you...
We'll catch you later, Mari.
Let me know if you need anything.
See you soon.
Wee. Uh-oh. Look at this thing. Oh, it's a battle. The old sprout. Wait, what? Oh. Oh, I see. Okay. Sorry. Let's make him happy.
The sprouts are so cute.
Even this one.
Yeah.
The old sprout.
It's cool how they use leaves for a mustache.
Yeah. Ooh, we're all taking damage. Thankfully, very little. Let's get him, guys.
Ooh. The old Sprout. Not doing so hot. There's a double attack.
Oh man, this fight is pretty tough. But don't worry, we can do this if we work together. Looks like I'm gonna have to teach you all a little bit about teamwork. Let's try again, Omori. We'll get him this time. You notice anything different, Omori? You should see a new ball at the bottom of the screen with a number on the side. This is our collective energy. By using our energy, we can defeat this foe together. Just attack and you'll see.
Attack again option is now there. Oh yeah, the pass. Look at. Call. 4, 4, 2, 4.
Did you see the bubbles that popped up when we attacked? That's called a follow-up. After you attack, for a limited time you can use energy to perform a follow-up move. Just press 1 up and see what happens.
Alright, I'll see what Aubrey's does. Look at Kel, okay. Aubrey looks at Kel.
You can do better than that.
Oh, it changed her. Okay. Ouch.
Phew. Man, this guy really is tough. When he attacked us, did you notice that our energy went up?
No.
When we take damage, we also gain energy. Think of it as a chance to make a comeback.
Now I'll see what Kel's does. Cast a hero. Hey. Stop rolling on us.
Nice, we're full of energy. This is the perfect time to use our special attack. Omori, after you attack, press down to release energy. I hope you're all ready. Come on, everyone. Let's show this big guy what we're made of.
All right.
Release!
Oh. Whoa. Nice. Wallop. Oh my goodness. 300 damage. The all-out attack. Nice. Level 3. And a stab. Everyone's level 3 now.
And there you have it. Heroes Battle Tutorial 101. And I'm sure that as we fight more battles, our teamwork will improve over time. Wow, you guys! That was so amazing!
Ah, that was nothing. I've taken down way bigger guys than that. I should teach you some of my skills one of these days.
Now he's becoming your grim voice.
Basil, I know you're not the type that likes to fight. But it's good to know how to defend yourself, too.
You know, I've actually been working on a book all about battles. Maybe we can all study together next time. I'll give it to Omori to hold on to for now.
The Self-Help Guide.
As we get stronger, I'll be updating the follow-up section of the Self-Help Guide, so be sure to check it out every now and then. Omori, you should know, when we gain EXP and level up, sometimes we'll also learn skills. Skills are powerful and have a wide range of effects, but each of us can only remember up to 4 skills at a time. After you learn a new skill, don't forget to equip it from the player menu, okay?
Yeah, we know. Can we go back? Can we go to Basil's house now?
Okay, that's all I had to say. Patience, Kel. Hero is so nice.
Yeah, he's like my favorite character in this game.
Ah. The old shoe. This is where I live. Say cheese. He took a picture of you guys. Were you smiling?
Oh, it came out kind of blurry. Well, that's okay. That gives it character. Hope you don't mind the photo.
Of course I don't mind. I want to see it.
Oh, sure thing.
We all look so cute.
How's my hair?
I want to see! I want to see! Oh, hey, Omori. Did you want to look at the photo too?
Friends.
It's too bad that it came out kind of blurry, but you all still look so cute. I should add it to my collection. Woohoo! Another shot for the photo album. Move over, Aubrey. I can't see.
Stop pushing.
You already had your turn.
Get my way, Kel.
Wait, hold on. There's no need to fight. Me first!
No, me.
Oh, Basil.
Stop it. You guys are knocking me over.
Oh, y'all went too far.
Whoops.
Oh my gosh. Basil, I'm so sorry.
Are you okay, Basil?
You two are in big trouble now. This is why the both of you need to learn how to get along.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean it, Hero. Please don't tell Mari. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Accidents happen.
Here's your photos. Doesn't look like any of them got damaged. Let's put them back in your photo album together.
Thank you, Hero. Let's go inside my house first. Remember to wipe your feet before you come in. Which is ironic because my house is a giant shoe.
Rate his setup. This would be a nice
Good.
little place to live. A bunch of potted plants and flowers. Do any of y'all have any plants in your house?
No.
I know you don't, Fastra.
What's that supposed to mean?
You got Doritos though, so that's something.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I didn't read it. Basil loves taking care of things. That's a green flag. No, I'm too irresponsible. Well, then you could get a cactus. A comfortable looking bed for a comfortable looking guy. A bunch of books, mostly about plant care. A fireplace. The fire is warm. Basil's photo album, his most precious belonging.
Are you ready to put back the photos, Omori? Yay, let's get started.
Darn.
I don't think I remember the order of all these photos.
Don't worry about a thing, Basil. Omori has a really good memory. Omori has really a good memory. What? Why is he talking like that? It's supposed to be has a really good memory. He's trying to make me sound like a doofus. Omori has really a good memory, so I'm sure we'll figure this out in no time. Oh yeah, the photos. Well, this is the one they just took. That's when everyone fell asleep. That's everyone together.
That's not the one they just took.
Oh wait, there's the flower crown. Then this one. And then this one. And then this one. And then this one. All right.
Yes.
There, good as new.
I'm really sorry for pushing you over, Basil. Even though at least half of it was Kel's fault.
Yeah, I promise to never fight with Aubrey ever again. Unless she starts it first.
Don't worry about it. I know you only wanted to see my photo album. Thank you for helping me put it back together. That's strange. The photo must have been loose. Huh? What is this? Did I take this photo? Something about it seems so familiar. No. That can't be. Mari!
Hey guys, so today we're going to be playing OMORI. We have Fastra here. She's a very famous voice actress.
Hello.
We're back in the white space. I already was still at the part where I've already played it, so I already saw that. This is you guys, because you brighten my day. It's pitch black inside. You can't see a thing. It's a heartbeat. The door is gone. Boom, 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 boom. A tissue box for wiping your sorrows away. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, a new one. A new drawing.
Meow? Not much to do around here, is there?
I'll turn into a cat.
What should I do, Fastra?
This is actually the rest of the game. Just to have fun in this little area.
Yay. I can get behind that.
Oh.
Fastra, I think this game is glitched.
Nani mo dekinai.
I'm gonna go down diagonal. No, I got hit. Let's boot up the laptop. Oh, it's the same. I'm puzzled. I'm stuck. A light bulb hangs from the ceiling, wherever it is. Look into the light bulb. pitch black inside. You can't see a thing.
I like the old Windows look, says Noni.
Oh yeah. On the laptop. Those were the days. Look at all of us. These are all of our memories together. They're a little sad now. But we should be happy that they happened at all. Let's make some new memories together, okay? Ooh, the background changed. You see a boy sleeping in his room. What's his name? Is there any like secret names or something I should give him, Fastra?
No, but Sunny's his canon name.
The boy's name is Sunny. Oops, I took a picture. Hurry up. The phone's blinking.
Hey, Sonny, it's Mommy. I'm still in the city setting things up for our new home. Did you finish packing yet? The movers are going to be at our house in a few days, so I left a list of things for you to do before they arrive. Also sorry. Mommy messed up. I forgot to tell the electric company that we need a few extra days before we're ready to move, so the lights might cut out sometime tonight. Anyway, I know moving to a new place can be a little nerve-wracking right now, but I think a change of scenery will be positive for both of us. I know you haven't talked to anyone in a while, but you might want to say goodbye to your old friends before we leave. Hal has been trying really hard to get a hold of you ever since we put our house up for sale. He's been calling us every week for the past few months. Seems a little lonely. Maybe you should pay him a visit. Okay, that's it for now. Mommy loves you. Bye, honey.
Bzz.
You are hungry. An old computer. A bunch of books. A table lamp. A very, very comfortable bed. You are hungry. A wardrobe. An ordinary houseplant. Nothing special about it. Cardboard boxes are littered across the house. That's just me, but all the time. Mom's to-do list. You don't feel like doing your chores right now. A small fake houseplant.
Some family photos. An ordinary houseplant. Nothing special about it. A bathtub. OMORI.
Sonny, this is a note from Mommy. Remember to brush your teeth every day. Love you.
Some towels and toiletries. A toilet. If only there was someone who was bound to that. One of two old grandfather clocks. They stopped working a long time ago, but Mom likes to keep them around. This bookcase has been cleared out. An empty picnic basket. Would you like to save? Yes. Oh, so that's how much I played. This is my old file. I played for 5 hours, 40 minutes. I didn't know we played that long.
Yeah, you took a little longer, like the first time.
Yeah. All right, well, I guess we'll be in file 2. 2.5 hours.
So I'll try not to backseat you, but
Yeah.
there'll be one point where I will, just so you can have an easy save for where the path branches.
Okay.
So I'll just tell you, like, save here and then do this option. So
Okay.
you play the path that's meant to be played first. To play first.
Okay. Table lamp.
But it's not anytime soon, so you don't gotta worry.
Okay. Mom's bed. The mattress is too hard for you to sleep comfortably. Are you sure you want to go downstairs? He says no. Nope. You don't want to look down. You feel dizzy. Maybe you can sleep it off. That's the wrong room. Would you like to go to sleep? Yes. Hunger.
I can't.
Ooh, the background changed.
Oh, wait, can you go into the bathroom?
No.
Okay. You can do it later.
What, is there like a use the bathroom mechanic?
There's something, a little Easter egg if you look in the mirror enough times.
Oh.
I forgot about it.
An eerie red glow radiates from outside. You feel strangely drawn to it. Some family photos. One fell. A grandfather clock. The door is locked. The door is locked. Alright, we gotta do it. Get to the knife. Oh.
Help me. This is so creepy. Yeah. Ugh. What will Sunny do? He's afraid. Something. Sunny's attack did nothing. Run. Sunny's attack did nothing. Sunny. Something taunts Sunny as... I couldn't read it. Something taunts Sunny as he falls. Take a deep breath. Don't be afraid. It's not as scary as you think. You steady yourself and remember how to calm down. Something shoved Sunny. Sunny's attack did nothing. Remember, Sunny, all you need to do is calm down. No, can't last much longer. Oh. Game over. You want to retry? Yes. I guess I did it wrong. I thought it was like you were supposed to die.
Yeah.
Creepy. Yeah. All the hands. The realistic hands. How do I beat this thing? That's why it was in all caps. Calm down, removes emotions, and heals some heart. Sunny calms down and gets 40 heart. I did it. I'm downstairs. You got a first aid kit. Here we go. Oh, no. He says no. Fireplace. There are nails stuck between the bricks. Nope, not that way. You got a bandage. Yay. Oh. The knife and the fridge, okay. A microwave. Dirty dishes. You look in the fridge and find cold steak. Take it.
You got cold steak. You should probably heat it up before you eat it. You pick up the steak knife. Ah, looks like things are coming together. You put the cold steak in the microwave. Ah, done in no time. You got microwaved steak. There it is. Ah, yes, a lovely, well-done steak. Would you like to eat some? Yes. Ah, nice art style. Ooh, warble time. Oof, your stomach didn't agree with that. This is how my vision normally looks. Oh, let's get out of here.
This is the worst part of the game. What's about to happen?
You feel sick. You threw up.
Did you see it?
No.
It was in the door.
Is it a one and done?
I don't know.
Oh, what was it, Fastra?
It was the shadow of something.
Oh no, I messed it up. I can check the VOD. Coming.
Hey, Sonny, it's Mari. I'm finally back home, but I forgot my keys. Could you open the door for me?
What would you like to do? Open the door. Oh. Nope. Let's go back to bed. The room. Welcome to White Space. You have been living here for as long as you can remember. Yay! Back to normal. There's a door now. Do nothing.
That was the shadow that appeared.
Oh. Collect the keys to fill in the blanks. Incorrect keys will be discarded to the right. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Okay, so we gotta do a little hangman. If you see the keys, say, I see one!
I see
So many
one.
keys. Something fell nearby. Look, guys. We found a map. Ooh, there's pyramids, cool islands, a floating planet kind of thing. Floating island and some underneath place. 0 out of 26 letters. Press R to open the headspace map. I'm the map, I'm the map, I'm the... Woo, woo. Whee. Now I can open the door. Hey. We did it. Ow. Hey. Remember this? I remember that. I remember when we were here.
Omori, thank goodness you're here.
Have you seen Basil?
The beginning, yeah.
We can't find him anywhere.
We should go tell Mara you're okay. She's been worried sick. Look, it's the stair snake. Stair snake.
Going out, Omori? Here's your allowance for today.
200 clams. Thank you.
What was it the first time?
50.
Oh.
Do you see a letter A? If so, name the longest word you know that starts with the letter A.
Animatronics.
You would say Five Nights at Freddy's answer.
Alphabetical.
11 keys left. 1 out of 26 letters. I was hoping that the stairs would lead to Rainbow Road. That would be cool. Yo, that was a good one. Oh, ad break incoming, my thing says.
Do some like dancing so then the people in the preview can watch you dance.
Oh. How was that? How do I check my letters? The hangman thing?
It's in the menu, I think. Oh no, if you look at the go back to the map. See in the bottom left, it shows the letters right there.
Yes.
I can't remember if there's a menu to look at the hints.
Oh yeah, like near a bridge and stuff.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Omori, you're okay. Worry me like that. Where's Basil? He's not with you, Omori?
I'm afraid not. The last thing I remember was sorting photos with Basil in his house. The next thing I know, I'm waking up in neighbor's room with Aubrey and Kel.
At least we found you, Omori. But I hope Basil's okay. Who's going to protect him if we're not there?
Don't be such a downer, Aubrey. We'll find Basil for sure.
You're absolutely right, Kel. It's at times like these when we gotta stay positive.
Why don't we go back to Basil's house? There might be something that we missed.
The spirit hero. And as always, I'll be here if you need me.
Come on, Van. Put your head into it.
Oh, floating mirror. A floating mirror. Your friends smile warmly behind you. Nice.
You want to spend any clams at the mailbox?
At the shop.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'll get some of these. And one of these. Nice, Stra, thanks.
Me. Does anything happen when you look at the water can?
Would you like to water the plants? A flower. How do I water it?
I think you should be able to.
Nothing happens when I press A.
Uh-oh. Maybe come back.
They lied to me. This game is cruel. It gives you the false promise of watering flowers, but all he does is walk around with the can. Hey, it's her.
My screen froze.
Uh-oh.
Is it?
My OBS froze.
Uh-oh.
Alright.
There we go.
I think it was just a hiccup.
So I looked it up and it says you can only water the dead looking ones.
Oh, okay.
Omori, cliff face as usual, I see. You should totally smile more. I've always liked your smile. So, do you need me to help you with anything? All it costs is your love.
Mari's advice.
Basil's house is just down this path. I hope Basil's okay. He doesn't do well alone. Aw, Daisy's trying to get her crush to notice her with a flower puzzle. How cute. I think I saw Mikal throw one away a while back. Maybe you can find it somewhere. Hey, you found Aubrey's stuffed toy. I bet Kel wasn't too happy about that one. Hope to have helped just a little. I'll be here if you need me.
Thank you. The dead-looking ones, eh? Well, they all look pretty to me.
You froze.
Ah! Hey, thank you, Fastra. Oh, it froze? Why is it freezing?
Is it just for me or is it for Twitch too?
It's OBS.
Oh.
Okay, it should be better now.
Yeah, you're moving.
I don't know what's doing that. It never usually does. Ah, I still see you. That's what's up. Thank you, Aru. Fruit, please. Let's enter the forest. All right. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary. You think Basil just left somewhere without telling us?
I don't know. That doesn't sound like him. He's usually so considerate about these things. Guys, I'm really worried. Is there nothing we can do? What if we can't find him? What if he's in danger?
Stay calm, Aubrey. I'm worried too, but that won't solve anything. Let's go look around the forest. Maybe he wandered off and got lost.
Yeah, cheer up, Aubrey. We'll find Basil.
You guys are right. Okay, we gotta keep our hopes up. Go look for Basil in the vast forest.
Where could he be? You're going to make me cry.
Oh.
Yeah. Fastra can do that to people. Maybe he's over here. Vast forest. Look at this place.
Basil!
Where are you?
Say it again, it totally cut out.
So where are you?
Big woods.
Very big woods.
I know. Let's check in the big woods. I bet my pet rock will know what to do. Hector, be a good boy. Go find Basil. Woo! You tried your best, buddy.
This is no time to fool around, Kel.
Hey, why you? Hector was just trying to help.
Let it go, you two. We need to keep ourselves focused.
Forest bunnies. What do you think about these forest bunnies?
I like them.
Back again. Yeah. Okay, that one should be finished off. Yeah. They look edible. Yeah, I could see that. A sprout. Oh, it's a sprout and bunny combo. Let's attack the sprout one first. Again. Yeah, I could see that. They could be edible for sure. Got him. Forest bunny, your time to die. Attack again. I need this bunny taken care of. Stat! I need an APB on this bunny. We won. Perfect. Maybe Basil's in this watermelon. Oh, Jack's cool. Uh-oh.
Whip. Oh.
Just a tire swing. No entities disappearing. Just a tire swing. Oh, it's a sad bunny. Attack again. We're gonna destroy this bunny.
Hey!
know, Aubrey. Ooh, moving attack. Oh, we got him. We got him in the bag. That's the game right there. Woohoo! Ooh, a watermelon down there. What are these things? Oh, I can cut them. It's like in Pokemon, but I can just do it myself instead of needing a Pokemon to do it.
Oh, yeah.
They knew what they were doing putting those in. That was satisfying.
This is a pretty long ladder, huh?
It's pretty tall. Like at least a lot. But not as tall as the one east of the stump. That one goes all the way up into space.
You're really afraid of heights, aren't you, Mori? It's okay. We don't have to look up there.
Sorry, guys. I was seeing if I could climb it. Hey, I got the watermelon. Apple juice. I'm gonna sneak attack him. Ha! I got him. Ouch, ouch. Stop it. Ooh, that was a meaty attack. Hey. Hit both of them, nice. Bunny. You're going down, Bunny. No. Omori, finish him.
Hey!
Yeah. Aren't I good at this, guys?
Yes.
I'm level 4 now. Oh, better. Should I go for the bone or should I go for the watermelon?
The watermelon.
That's the question. All right. I got candy. For the folks at home, let's see what was behind the bone. Big bone. Augie, shadow dog. Would you like to pet the dog? You pet the dog. You felt something in your hand. You got Can. Where's Can? Oh, I can recycle it. Nourishment. Big bone. Shelter. Small bone. Another watermelon. I got a dandelion. What does that do? Removes an emotion. So it's like the calm down thing.
Oh, yeah.
Ah! Oh, these bunnies, we got this. Especially with Omori's attack again. 24 damage, that's what I'm talking about. Ouch. Oh, posture time. Uh-oh. I got a little caught out there. Thanks for the redeem. Ooh, I just popped my elbow and it felt nice. Hold on. Oh, I thought I could pop my back more.
Why can't I do hydrate time? Why is hydrate time out of stock?
What'd you say?
Why is hydrate time out of stock?
It's out of stock?
Yeah.
What am I trying to like... What's it called? Dehydrate myself? Let me fix that. Viewer rewards, channel points.
Ooh.
Kirby dollars? I changed them to Kirby dollars?
They are Kirby bucks.
I'm changing that back right now.
It is Kirby dollars. When did that happen?
Kirby dollars? Kirby bucks. There we go. Now you guys are earning Kirby bucks.
There, I see the change.
That's okay.
No more water for you.
Why would I limit it? Hydrate time, edit. Wait. It says out of stock right now?
Uh-huh, I can't hydrate.
What? I only have the cooldown set to 1 minute. So that you have to like wait a minute between using it, but it shouldn't be out of stock. Hydrate time is out of stock, you're not trolling.
I am not trolling.
How do I fix this? Mods, fix the command. Okay, I'm gonna change it to so that you can do it every 1 hour. Okay, I'm gonna change it back to 1. It should only have a cooldown of 1 minute, and then you should be able to use it. Let me know if you can use hydrate time now. Fastra redeemed it!
I'll drink some water too.
Yeah.
How's my posture? She's not trolling? I have no idea why it's doing that. Press 1 if you think we're gonna find basil. Press 2 if you think we're gonna find paprika instead. Ooh, it's happy. Stop running. Oh, I forgot to heal Hero. I meant to heal him in between. Oh, now you need to heal Aubrey. That's the Hero.
Does Hero have his cooking skill yet?
Cooking? I don't think so. I'll check. Because we were talking about hydrating, I also drank water. Look at that. Redeems for the chat and the streamer. 3? You're gonna have to enlighten me as to what that is, Arun. Oh, he does. Alright, well, I'll use it on himself then. We already healed her. Pass to Hero! Smack! There we go. Hero makes a cookie just for Hero. Ah! Got it. I'm unstoppable. Hey, now everyone else is level 4 and learned Rebound. Hero is level 4. Rebound just deals damage to all foes. Okay. Oh, look, a little bench. Can't sit on it though. Do you see the letter B?
I don't know, guys. I don't think Basil is in this forest.
We haven't even searched the whole forest yet. We can't stop now.
Cheer up, Aubrey. We'll keep searching until we find him. If we don't find Basil soon, maybe we should meet up with Mari at the playground and figure out what to do from there.
B. 10 keys left. Whoa. The longest pier ever. I'm just running and running.
Running, 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 running.
Exactly. Slice! And dice! Ooh, an Angie one. Hero, do something. Oh, look at that. That's a lot of damage. Oh, already got him. He's happy now.
Did you already know about the emotions being able to double up?
Oh, I forgot about that. Is it just like a more extreme version of that, of its effect?
Yeah, like happy can become ecstatic, sad, depressed, stuff like that.
Okay.
But OMORI has a secret third one.
Oh, a secret third thing.
Did you? Oh, never mind.
Hi, I'm the Wise Rock. I give solid advice in exchange for clams. What kind of advice would you like me to give?
Good advice for 30 clams.
Understood. Here's your advice. Life is short, so smile while you still have teeth. I hope this helps.
That almost sounds like Shinri.
Understood. Here's your advice. Not all advice is good advice. I hope this helps.
Yell all the time!
I hope this helps.
Thank you, Rock. Oh, I gotta fight these things again. Back again, OMORI. Hero, you gotta cook for yourself. There we go. Victory. More pinwheels. Oh wait, I saw something behind the tree back there too. I forgot, because then the battle started. You got plum juice. Aw, and then in the battle, I tried to avoid it.
Nope, it's out of battle.
Rebound. Oh, he didn't get to cook for himself yet. He still has a bunch of damage gone. Attack again. Need this guy out of there. There we go. Oh, I almost died. Yay. More clams and tofu. Oh, it heals 5 hearts. Not very much. Wait. Train station. All aboard! Hey, I didn't leave. What the? Oh. If you tap left from this position, it has you leave. Interesting.
Line starts here.
We'll get up soon. Just give me a bit.
HELLOLIAMTHESPELLING.
Whew. I can't stand talking to this bee guy. He's driving me nuts.
Mom told me to put on a jacket because she thought it was gonna get cold. It's so hot right now, but I don't want to take my jacket off, because then I would have to hold it.
That's me.
Hot diggity dog. It's me, a hot diggity dog. Help! It's an ugly plant creature.
Excuse you. I am no ugly plant creature. I'm a sprout mole, a very high-functioning and intelligent creature. What you are referring to is a lost sprout mole. When sprout moles become lost, they can often become hostile and attack without warning. Actually, where am I? Could it be that I'm lost? Suddenly, I don't feel so good.
Uh-oh. Ah, shucks. Pass the hero. You got this, man.
So do you remember how they do their super attack?
Yeah. Get to 10.
Yeah.
Got him! He was such an intelligent being, and now he's gone.
Yep.
This is you.
I've only seen this train run once, and that was years ago. Probably goes somewhere completely different now.
Doo-boo.
When I wait too long, I get antsy. Gotta move, gotta move. If this line doesn't move soon, the guy next to me is gonna get it.
It is a blessing to exist.
La 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 la. My singing makes the time pass faster for me, and slower for everyone else.
That's me.
I don't mind waiting at all. Waiting is just a natural part of life.
I am in the need of fat stacks of cash. This long line is the perfect excuse for me to catch up on my beauty sleep.
I always seem to find myself in precarious situations. I wonder if this counts.
Come jump! Been seeing some beer guys around here recently. That means the big boss is conducting business again. Huh? You haven't heard of the big boss?
Big boss.
Well, you will soon.
I spy with my little eye a rainbow umbrella thing with lots of legs.
Yeah, I'm pretty fast, but not as fast as a train. It's important to know your limits.
Obra!
You meant to say
Tell the guy in
Obama.
front. Can you tell the guy in front of me to hurry up? Some of us have lives, you know. Howdy!
I like to consider myself a pretty well-tempered Jash. But if there's one thing I can't stand, it's line cutters.
Paper cups full of lemonade. Oh, I can't click the B. It just flies over you.
Trains aren't really my thing. I'm just here for the music. Oh boy, I'm in trouble now. Sigh. Why does it always gotta be me? This ain't none of your business, kid. Be careful who you associate yourself with. I'm speaking from experience here. Everyone here is so different and interesting. I wonder what makes me different and interesting.
See you, Fastra.
Loki gets down easily, but he just needs someone to listen sometimes. And that someone is me.
This is you too.
Isn't it nice here? You can smell the clean.
I'm on the way to conduct some important business, and then afterwards, I will conduct more important businesses.
You know what I hate more than anything else? Bunnies. That's right, bunnies. I just hate them so much. If I had one wish in the world, I would destroy all of the world's bunnies. Hey, you look like you've defeated a few bunnies. Yeah, that's right. I can tell how many bunnies you've defeated just by looking at you. That's how much I hate bunnies. Say, tell you what, let's make a deal. If you defeat at least 5 bunnies, come back and report to me. I'll give you something nice. Now go on and destroy those bunnies. Hello, fellow bunny hater. But looking into your eyes, I can see that you have killed 8 bunnies. Splendid! I see you've destroyed more bunnies. That's 8 bunnies obliterated. Thank you so much, fellow bunny hater.
You got a cotton ball.
Now go on and destroy more bunnies.
Where's Cotton Ball? I was duped. Hi, kids! I'm Gibbs, the stationary musician. I used to be a traveling musician, but I left that life a long time ago. Would you be able to spare 5 clams? They would be a great help, since I am completely stationary. I'll show you something good if you do. Thank you for your donation. Now in return, let me play you the song of my people. That's what I'm saying, Fastra. You thought the song was pretty good. Popcorn. That's the train station. You got apple juice. Oh, I tried to avoid it. Pass the hero. Hero's always so good to pass to. He's always ready. Let's finish this, buddy. Omori's party was victorious. Watermelon. I'm so good at Life Jam. I don't even know what that is. Cherry soda. Also good. Chocolate.
I'd like some
Who knows what
chocolate.
these do? Yeah. Banana smoothie. Uh-oh, I'm locked in place. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh. Me jam into the soundtrack.
Me
True.
too. I love the game soundtrack.
Forest Bunny? Question mark. Pass the hero. Smack. Oh. Hero, you're not doing so hot. You might need to cook. Oh wait, I don't know if you can afford cooking anymore. Yeah, we'll finish him off this round. So he doesn't turn anyone into toast. He's hopping around. That should do it. Yes. You found candy. You got a 3-leaf clover. Very nice.
I don't remember there being this many watermelons.
I hacked my save file to put more in.
Squawk! Train station! Squawk, squawk! Foggy Bridge!
I remember the Foggy Bridge. I never went up on it. Train station, Pinnacle Forest, Basil's house. Oh, I went around the whole world.
Wait, there was a watermelon you missed.
No way.
Good night.
Good night, guys. Oh, good night, that old guy. Thanks for stopping by and watching, hanging with us. Ah!
You see it on the left?
Oh. Yes. Jax. You got a bracelet. Thanks, Fastra.
Whee!
A hard bowl. You can hear something struggling inside. But I can't do nothing. Aw. Wonder what that thing's deal is.
Whee!
Woo! Oh, jeez. Oh, I thought it was gonna be like a really complicated maze. Oh. Okay. Running, running. Can you sing the running song again?
Running, running, and running, running.
Train station. Uh-oh. He got me.
At least it gets you good experience.
Yes. Attack again. Uh-oh. Oh, we're all running low.
Are you near the Mari blanket of healing?
I'm a bit far away. Oh, I can't cook.
You have juice, right? A juice item?
Yes. Uh-oh. Oh, and he's just defeated too. Yay. Ah, I could have just used this.
Oh. It's stretch time. I'm stretching.
Oh, you redeemed it and then stretched yourself?
Yep. I've stretched.
Nothing in Basil's house.
Ori, you agreed to slay bunnies for Leafy? Aubrey will be upset, you know. Doesn't look like Basil is anywhere in Vast Forest after all. I wonder where he could have wandered off to.
Where do you think he wandered off to, Fastra?
Inside a cactus.
Oh, I should check the cacti. I see footsteps. More footsteps.
Hello, everyone. How's it going? Have you found Basil yet?
Hey, Mari. No luck so far, I'm afraid.
Oh. I'm sorry, guys. I wish there was a way I could help more.
We're all doing our best. Maybe we should start looking outside this forest.
I know! Why don't we try climbing that really long ladder? The one east of the stump.
We can't do that. Omori's afraid of heights.
But what if Basil is somewhere up there? We gotta take our chances.
I know. But... Omori,
You're going stronger and stronger every day. You can handle climbing a ladder, can't you? Come on, little brother. Face your fears.
It's natural to be nervous at first, but you should know that we all believe in you.
Come on, Omori. It's just one measly little ladder. What's the worst that can happen?
I don't know about this. Do you think you're going to be okay, Omori? That's okay. You just take your time.
Come on, Omori. We can't just sit tight with Basil missing.
Omori, we have to do this. We're all here to support you. And if anything happens, we'll all be here to protect you, too. Won't we, Aubrey?
Yeah, I guess you're right about that.
We have nothing to be afraid of, as long as we're together. Basil is probably all alone. He needs us right now.
Omori, you need to face your fears for Basil's sake. I believe in you.
We can take it slow if you'd like, as long as we get there eventually.
Woohoo! Let's go. To the ladder east of the stump.
We'll see you later, Mari.
Bye now. Stay safe. Remember, Mori, you're stronger than you think. Wait,
What?
Vaughn had something to say.
Hey, Van? Is something wrong with Burley? She seems a little upset.
Oh, about that. Well, you see...
Let me explain. Look at this pole. Can you believe it?
What are we looking at?
Yeah, I don't see it. Exactly. The tether ball is missing. Van here used his arms and swung too hard, and now the ball's gone far off somewhere. Never to be seen again. I told you not to use your arms, Van. Gotta use your head. Like this.
Sorry, Burley. Using my head all the time gives me a headache.
That's because you don't have a hard head like I do.
Oh, something just hit me. I'm sure I saw the ball flying off somewhere in that direction.
Into the vast forest? Ugh, we'll never find it now. Might as well be lost forever.
Hey, don't sweat it, Burley. We'll look for the ball for you.
Heh. You sure you want to do that? Vast forest is a pretty dangerous place, you know. One time, I even got into a super grisly brawl with this ugly plant creature with dead, empty eyes and a gaping mouth. I outwitted it, of course, being cool and smart and all. No monster in all of the universe that can outrun me.
It cut out everything except for a single.
No.
Like I could tell, I was like, it's gonna cut out, and then it's just like. I'll try to show you later if I can remember. It's just one single. Oh, like weird cut out.
No.
That's not fair. You probably ate on that delivery. The peak, exactly.
Say, Omori, why don't you and your friends go with Burley and keep her out of trouble? I'd go myself, but...
Browse right now for pigs again!
Oh jeez, there's my cue. I'm coming, Happy. Be safe out there, you guys. I'll see you when you get back.
Come on, Burley. Let's go find your lost ball. We don't have anything to worry about as long as we're together.
Sure. Just don't get in my way when I show off my totally amazing headbutt skills. Ugh. Let's just get this over with.
Burley joined your party. Oh, ball. Where's the ball? 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 Uh-oh. Oh, it's Happy. Hero. Yeah, look at us. If you see the ball, gift 5 subs. Ouch, sorry, Aubrey. Oh, already got him. Oh, look at that measly health bar. That's nothing for us.
Dead.
2 tofus. Ah!
That one scared me.
So this, I'm pretty sure you're going to the stump, or, I mean, to the right of the stump to continue.
Yeah.
Are you gonna do the tetherball thing later?
Oh, okay. Level 5 and learn bread slice.
a quick heal up.
Just the other day, Nose was telling me about a cute little leaf she met, but when she tried to be its friend, all it wanted to talk about was how much it hated bunnies. How could someone hate bunnies? I just don't understand some people.
Hey, this isn't where my lost ball went. You got somewhere else to be or something. If you needed to be somewhere, you just could have said so. I'll wait for you guys back at the playground.
Burley left your party. Oh, footsteps.
Oh wait, this is what's continuing, right?
Yeah. Wait, what did you said earlier? I might have misunderstood.
I thought you were going here earlier.
Oh. No, that's to the east of the stump, Shra. I was doing the ball thing.
Oh yeah, do that. That's what I thought. That's what I meant.
I thought you were saying, like, do this later.
Oh no, you
go to continue.
I meant I was asking if you were continuing. Because
totally.
Aubrey learns an important skill from doing the tetherball thing.
What? I totally thought it was the reverse.
Remember what Mari said, Omori. You're stronger than you think.
Don't worry, we'll be right behind you.
Yeah, and if you fall, we'll be right here to catch you.
Now, don't scare him. You won't fall, Mori. I promise.
Oh, and then I thought I was trying to like remember, like, what did I think? I thought you had said, like, do the volleyball thing later.
Oh, no.
Like, but I think you were asking if I was going to do it later. But I totally misunderstood it. Or I assumed, like, Discord had cut out and I just misheard you or something. That was a big old misunderstanding. But glad we cleared it up. Pal. I only have to be nice to you because the stream's on. Oh! Dog paws.
Oh.
Why Og paws? Oh, Og paws! Og's back. A rubber band this time. Ah! Hero! Hero's probably annoyed at me passing to him all the time. Dang. We're getting strong. Aubrey's 5. Everyone's level 5. Let's go. Oh, except for Mr. Kel.
Oh, yeah, because he died that one time.
Ooh, this ladder. Ooh, it got me.
I think I just really like battling these.
You got me.
KO.
Kel's level 5.
Whoever can find the ball, I'm putting a bounty on it now.
Around
this
the
far.
world, around the world.
That's a good song. Hey. Maybe it's at the train station. It's not at the train station. Man. They really done hit this ball.
Wait, there's my lost ball.
I have to say it quieter than I would, or else my mic won't pick it up.
I know, I hate the mic cutting out. We need like a fancy mic for both of us so we can yell and be loud.
Yoink! Finally. Let's take this bad boy to the playground. I'm itching to play
Some tetherball.
some tetherball. Well, that was fun. Not. I'm gonna go play some tetherball. See you later, alligators. I'm out of here. Seriously, come see me before you go. I got something special for you. Hey dudes, thanks for getting my lost ball back. As you can see, I'm putting it to good use.
Yep, she sure is.
I was thinking, since you're all so kind to help me out, I'm gonna be generous and teach you my special skill. But first, I got a question for y'all. Which one of you has the hardest head?
Dunk, 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 dunk.
Well, duh! That'd have to be Aubrey.
What did you say?
Whoa, chill out! No hard feelings. Get it?
That sounds about right. Alright, Aubrey, I'm gonna teach you a skill just between hard-headed folk like us. It's my specialty, headbutt. It's simple, really. You just run up to someone and...
Boom.
wham! Now you try. That looks like it would hurt. And also mess up my hair.
Aw.
And also ruin my bow. Oh, come on, Aubrey. Live a little. Having messy hair never hurt anyone. Hero's living proof of that.
Huh.
Yeah, you bet.
If I'm doing this, I'm gonna give it all I got.
Hey, look at her. She went totally horizontal.
What? Nice one, Aubrey. I knew I saw talent in you. Congratulations! You've passed the test with flying colors. Huh?
Hey, I'm out for the night, y'all. The boys are calling me for COD. Sounds like a good time. Thanks for sticking around and watching. Have a great rest of your night with the boys. That's what's up.
Thanks for stopping by.
What's happening?
From this day forth, I hereby declare you a bona fide head butter.
Aubrey learned headbutt.
And take this certificate. Show your friends. I'm sure they'll be proud.
You got a butt certificate. Get a lot of this guy. Hey. Whoa. There we go. I believe I budgeted that nicely. Yeah.
Yippee.
You are no longer afraid of heights. Here we go. Sounds like me was getting my blood drawn.
Man, I know there's a reason why we've never climbed this ladder, but I can't put my finger on it. It's on the tip of my tongue. Oh well, here goes nothing.
Going into crazy place. Up and up and up.
It's beautiful.
Wait, hold up, guys.
Is it about his rock?
Shoot, where is he?
I remember this.
I just had him.
Where's who?
Hector, my pet rock. I swear I just had him in my pocket. No! Hector! He must have fallen out of my pocket when I wasn't paying attention. I'm sorry, Hector. I should have been more careful.
It's a big deal. It's just a rock, right?
Remember Elmo with Rocco?
It's just a rock. Don't you dare say that. He's not just a rock. He's family.
Don't worry. I'm sure he'll turn up soon, Kel. Probably.
I sure hope so. Wait for me, Hector. I'll find you. I promise.
Whoa. Look at this stuff. Oh, it's all funky. We have arrived.
First!
The ladder. It just never ends.
That's one small step for Kel, and one large step for Kelkind.
It's not how it goes.
You don't get to decide how it goes. You weren't here first.
Wait, hold on. Is that my birth certificate? Take that thing down right now. What if somebody sees it?
No way! Look at this thing fluttering in the wind. So majestic, so beautiful.
I wonder what happens if you don't do that mission first.
Yeah. What kind of certificate does she have? Or what does he hang up on the flag?
Hero, do something.
One sec. Just catching my breath. Actually, give me a minute.
Never mind.
So majestic, so beautiful.
Chip! The warp campsite! Chip, chip! Canto feel! Shoot, I know I left my donut somewhere around here.
They're blocking the whole path.
Otherworld.
I remember this place. Whoa, look at all of it. And OMORI. That was a cool panoramic. Pan.
Gumbo.
Happy! So many humans today.
Getting close to where we stopped. Almost new content. Let's go.
Yes, it is almost new content, Fastra.
I don't know
How did you sub again?
Yeah, I don't know how I had another one, but I just looked and there it was, so I used it.
Well, thank you. That is so epic that we're almost at new stuff.
You guys are always such big fans of space travel.
A vending machine. Buy a tasty soda for 100 clams. I can't afford it.
It's at times like this that I'm reminded that our universe is beautiful.
Oh, I think literally 4 minutes ago, it said I was charged at Twitch. So I think it just automatically renewed another 6 months.
What the?
Yeah, like... Can you see who it's to, or does it just say Twitch?
Oh, I don't think you can see who it's to.
No.
You can check your subscriptions though on the browser version of Twitch, not the app.
Oh,
I don't think. Maybe you can.
I want to check just real quick. I already have Twitch open.
Yeah, you can see it says how many days until your subs renew.
Wait, what's 6 months from now? September, October, November, December, January, February. Yep. It just renewed, literally just now.
How?
I didn't even see any notification for it or anything.
That's epic.
Okay. I'm back.
Welcome to Otherworld. An unofficial
pit stop for Weary.
Is it weary or wary?
I say weary.
Weary space travelers and a popular family-friendly camping ground. Don't you just love the smell of firewood and the sound of running water and the crisp space breeze? It all makes the vast emptiness of space a little more bearable, don't you think?
Weary. There we go.
Weary? Weary?
Okie dokie, 4-hour Omori session. I was not expecting to play this long.
Wow, it feels like it was just like maybe 2 hours at most.
Yeah, I know, we were just going, and then all of a sudden, boom, 11 p.m. But I would say it's definitely helped thanks to our awesome company. Thank you guys for sticking with us and just chilling and playing some Omori. Let me, hold on. How do I, oh wait. There we go.
Can you please find a... What the?
What?
Everything on your layout.
What do you mean?
There's like a little Mario piece.
Why is there me watching myself? I don't remember doing this. Fastra, why is it like this? The Mario. Okay, let me... I think it's there. There we go. Oh, but then why is the time... Oh, hold on. No, it's not supposed to be over. It's supposed to be right here. There we go. I'm a little close. Sorry about that, guys. I didn't mean to like invade your personal space. Zoop. There we go.
Really need to see that. Quasimodo football.
Where do you think it came from?
Can you like extend his hand and then make him hold like another football?
Oh! Noni got ice cream. I'm jealous.
What flavor?
Oh
I
boy,
love
what
ice cream.
flavor? I actually might get some ice cream after this.
Put the picture back up. I think Noni wants to look at it more.
Wait, why is it 2? Why is it 2? I just realized that. Quasimodo Football 2.
We made this when we were drunk.
We should do that again. You already have drinks at your house. I just gotta go pick up some. Vanilla, but I made it a spider with melon soda? What does that mean? A spider? Did you pour melon soda on your vanilla ice cream? That sounds really good. You should post a pic in the Discord. Nice football. Nice football. Aru remembers this. It's because of Family Feud. You are insane. Now we're 1-to-1 for remembering oddly specific streams. You asked me what a good college football team was. I said Notre Dame. Notre Dame. So he's the linebacker.
I don't remember that, Aru.
Oh, we gotta. Maybe we can do like drunk Fall Guys or something. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Because Fastra has already procured. True or false, Fastra? You have alcoholic beverages in your possession right now.
I do, but I don't know. It didn't really affect me until it just made me real dizzy. It didn't make me giggly.
Well, you gotta have the right kinds. Then we'll get that. We'll get you sorted out. Noni said, "I think it's called a float." That I've heard of that before, and you're kind of cooking by making that for yourself. I hope it's really good and that you enjoy it. Don't you want to eat ice cream while looking at Quasimodo football too?
Yeah.
I don't remember making the text and having it be sideways and everything.
Ari, do you remember why it's called two?
I should make a Quasimodo football emote.
You should.
Imagine the Quasimodo football emote. That would be so good. I have one track day. All I've lived. Very refreshing to eat ice cream while looking at Quasimodo football too. You should. I think that was just an original Bob bit. Just the Quasimodo football too. Oh, I don't remember if that VOD still. If I saved that VOD, I really hope I did. Oh my goodness. Quasimodo football too. That was a legendary. I cannot believe that, Aru, that you remember where this came from.
I would have just gone on without knowing that like Aru was instrumental in the creation of it. I just remember it, and it just was so funny.
Then you were like playing that 1,000 games in one device on the floor.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you just gotta get Four Loco. That was the thing that did it for us. Oh, take one more look at this. I took a photo, not the best looking ice cream because it's already melted a little into my drink. Hey, Quasimodo does not judge. I mean, look at him. He'll be happy to see any type of ice cream. I want to get the full shot of this and have him hold 2 footballs. Here's like a little here's like a preview of what that might look like.
Oh. Let's go.
Kitten Kya. I know, right? Wait, what is this? Ah! Oh, it's him. He's giant. So, you know, I think Quasimodo football should be the ending screen for today.
I think so too.
Like, it's just right.
Now it's really 2. With the 2 footballs.
Oh, yeah! No, his other football's gone! No!
He lost it.
Wait, I think I found it. I forgot to bring it over. Hold on. I accidentally made an entire second one, actually. I don't know if this was supposed to happen, but I think this is what we're gonna have to have for now. Hold on. There we go. Oh, the chat's so hard to read. Hold on. Transform. No, what is it? Blending mode. There we go. Thank you. Oh! Thank you for the dubbing, you two. That was fun. Yeah, really, I had a lot of fun doing it, so I'm glad it was an enjoyable experience.
Thank you for watching, Noni. It was fun to see your comments.
I agree. It was super fun to have you and Aru as well. That old guy, I know you are a bed, but in case you watch the VOD, hello, and thanks for sticking around. And I forgot the username, but the new Throlin as well. Hope to see you around. That's my reaction to Quasimodo football, is what Noni just said. Yeah, and just make sure that if you're ever trying to see Quasimodo football too, that you take care out there. That's the most I've experienced the game too. That's awesome. I'm glad, like, your first experience of a game is really a special thing that you can only have once. So I appreciate you having that here on this stream. I don't know when I'll stream this next, but it'll be definitely less time than it took for me to play it since the last I played it. It has been a while, and I forgot kind of what was going on. So I'm glad we've been able to get it from the beginning, and we're about to go to new content, like Fastra said. So just it's gonna be a good time. We'll see why Fastra likes this game so much. Have a good rest. Yeah, you too. And thank you again. Good night.
Hi, Raiders. Hi, Raiders. Hi, Raiders. Hi.
I accidentally chose the
Hello,
non-moving
Raiders.
one.
Thank you so much for the raid to anyone who may be new, galloping my way into your heart. I'm Izumi Teeny, Vivari Virtual's Idle Horse Girl. Welcome. I was just making eye contact with my chat. Hi, welcome in. Is she always this close? Can you imagine if I played the game like this? POV, you only see a tiny sliver of game. Your teeth are crazy.